Welcome to the Big Board Draft live NFL draft coverage, day 2. We're back covering the draft again after an exciting, long day 1 filled with surprises, filled with disappointment, and just so much more. First, we gotta say hello to Seth Murphy, who set this all up, creator of Big Board Draft, helped set up this draft podcast. Seth, how you doing today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
And of course, because we enjoyed his appearance last night, the emotion of Green Bay's pick, so we decided, you know what, we're gonna have Nick back on. And so Nick's here. Nick, how you feeling after your recovery from a Green Bay's pick?
Man, I don't want to talk about it. But enough's enough. He sucks. Let's get past it.
So we are here on day 2. I mean, obviously draft starting, but of course picks won't come in for a few moments now. So we're gonna start it off with you, Nick. Who are your top 10 players available entering day 2?
I could start with Randy Gregory, edge rusher out of Nebraska. Kind of understand why he fell to this point. He's got some off-the-field issues. Specifically, it looks like some mental health issues, maybe. Along with him, we got Lyle Collins again. I don't even know if he's going to get drafted tonight or if at all. Owa Odigizua, edge rusher out of UCLA. Incredible speed and power and the way he transitions. He's got some hip issues, so I wonder, how far he's going to fall. I guess at this point you're looking at a wide receiver like Dorial Green Beckham, out of Missouri, Oklahoma, whatever you want to call it. And he's another one of those guys that he's trying to foul because he's had some issues off the field. So I mean, basically at this point, you're getting to the point where it's you're getting some really talented guys who probably could have been first-round picks, but if not for some significant off-the-field issues.
And Seth, what about you? Actually, we do have a trade. The New York Giants just traded up to the 33rd overall pick. So, let's just jump right into it, Seth. With your top players available, who could New York be targeting here?
There are a lot of players that make sense, specifically along the front 7. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Omogbé Odighizuwa, Preston Smith, Eli Harold, or Randy Gregory. And it could even be a curveball of someone else, maybe Eric Kendricks or something. But I think it'll be defense. And those are all great names that I have first-round grades on that I think could go here.
And, of course, Nick, what about you? I mean, obviously you mentioned your top players available. Where do you think we could see the New York Giants? I mean, they want someone here moving up. Who could it be?
I mean, I would think it's probably an edge rusher here, right? I mean, to pair alongside Jason Pierre-Paul, I would think that's probably the pick here. And they love, the freak athletes. Preston Smith tested really well. I mean, Owa tested really well. So I think, maybe even Randy Gregory here. I mean, at that point. But I think it's probably an edge rusher, and I think they'd be doing really well to get him here. Probably a better player than who they got it originally in the first round, in Eric Flowers.
And it's someone that they really like apparently, because to drop 7 spots in the second round, they gave up a 4th and a 7th round pick.
Wow.
As 4 minutes away, obviously now we like, but obviously it can take some time to find out. So let's talk about some other storylines of this draft. I mean, if you mentioned him, Lyle Collins, obviously there's the issue about his ex-girlfriend who has unfortunately lost her life and killed. Police want to talk to him, just get information from him, but that story has turned into people thinking possibly he's involved, sliding down draft boards. Earlier today, Adam Schefter reported that his agent has said that if he is not drafted on day 2, he will not sign an NFL contract and re-enter the NFL draft next year. So, there's a lot of storylines. Nick, when you heard about Lyle Collins' decision to potentially drop out and not sign a contract, what was your reaction?
Really, I wasn't surprised at all, and if I were his agent, I'd probably tell him to do the same thing. I mean, you get into day 3, if he would have been a first-round pick, you're looking at least probably $10 million guaranteed, somewhere in that range. But if he doesn't even get drafted today, you're looking at him getting a 4-year deal with a total of probably maybe $2-3 million. So, whether I mean, I guess they have to do their due diligence, and I mean, it's a really unfortunate situation, and as much as we look at how it sucks so bad for Lyle Collins and affects his future financially, or at least in the immediate future. I mean, they have to do their due diligence for his ex-girlfriend, make sure that you know I mean her life or the investigation on her death comes first, and especially with a child who was involved, an unborn child who was involved as well. So I mean, if I'm Lyle Collins and I'm not drafted until day 3, you're not really getting anything at this point. And so I don't know how that would affect if he could re-enter next year, or what would happen. But I mean, I think it makes sense at least for the immediate financial future for him.
It's an unfortunate situation because from all accounts besides this, Collins is a great dude. Obviously, there was a whole Les Miles incident at the weight room in the past. So that was the picture went around Twitter. From all accounts, good dudes. Just for this to happen to him, it's an unfortunate situation. And the New York Giants pick is in. Obviously, will be a little bit while before we announce. So another storyline here is the quarterbacks. I mean, QB3, different people, different names. Bryce Petty, Baylor, they like his arm. Brett Hundley, they like the tools there. I mean, Garrett Grayson's been a name. Sean Mannion. I mean, Nick, I know you and I were watching some tape last night, and in which Mannion was quarterbacking, and that was not an impressive pick at all. So, not really sure what they're seeing here, but the New York Giants pick is in. Roger Goodell's taking the stage, so let's find out who the New York Giants are taking to start off day number 2.
I'm sorry, what was that? I didn't catch that. I was watching that.
Oh, New York Giants are just about to announce their pick.
Yeah. All right, I think it's Gregory, but that's my guess here. Oh, wow. So Landon Collins?
All right, Landon Collins.
Landon Collins, I mean, we were talking about edge rushers. There's a lot of names, but they go with Landon Collins, a name who some people were surprised Alabama safety slipped out of round 1. Now start day 2. I mean, he's the top pick there. Seth, starting with you, what's your instant reaction? How do you like this fit?
I think it's good value. Landon Collins was kind of pushed up draft boards because of a weak safety class, and he was kind of in the discussion as a top 10 player for a little while until we kind of just, fessed up and said it's just not a great safety class, and the top safety is probably a second rounder. And, this is where he should go, I think. The top of the second round is good value for him. He's in the box thumper. He's gonna be an enforcer against the run play. Questionable in man coverage. I think he has better range than people give him credit for. I think it's a good pick here, good value.
And Nick, what about you? What's your reaction to Landon Collins heading to the New York Football Giants?
I think, like Seth said, I think this is about where he should have gone. I think he was about roughly in the 35th player on my board, somewhere in that range. Like you said, like he's probably a box safety. You don't really want him playing single high. And I mean, even he's kind of similar to Dayon Buchanan, the safety who was drafted in the first round by the Cardinals last year. He can, he's really good box safety, and even in nickel situations, he could probably drop down to a linebacker position and cover from that position. But I think this is probably where he belongs. I mean, even just upwards of a month ago, we were still talking about him as a 5th overall pick to the Redskins, but I think this is really where he belongs. He's not a great athlete. He's dealt with injury issues in the past, and I mean, he might be not. He might need some coaching up at the beginning of his career, and might be even just a nickel linebacker, and to start. But I think overall, I mean, this is probably the proper value.
I mean, right now, so obviously New York Giants sitting here. Eric Flowers, obviously, we know they took him to be their right tackle, and now they have Landon Collins. So overall, what do you think thoughts on the Giants draft so far? Nick.
I didn't hear you. You kind of.
What are your thoughts overall with Eric Flowers and Landon Collins on the New York Giants draft so far?
I like this pick. Eric Flowers isn't good. I gave him a late third round grade. Um, he doesn't, I mean, outside of him being young and he doesn't show a whole lot that really seem to warrant, a first or even a second round pick, and he goes 10th overall. He's a really poor athlete. Um, I just don't see a whole lot that was there for him to warrant a top 10 pick, and I mean, even his testing numbers were terrible, and he didn't, even when you go back and look at, his matchup against Randy Gregory early in the season, Randy Gregory kicked his ass, especially even like physically, like he ran him over, and Randy Gregory at 235 pounds isn't, the physical specimen that some of these guys are, pushing 270 in that range. So I mean, I thought that was a terrible pick.
And TD, obviously, Tyler, glad to have you here. Glad to have you back for day 2. So Tampa Bay Buccaneers pick is already in. Where do you think Tampa Bay goes right here?
Who did New York pick? Sorry.
Where do you think Tampa Bay goes right here with the 34th pick?
Who was taken before them?
Landon Collins by the New York Giants.
Oh yeah, good pick. Tampa Bay, I think they could go edge rusher here. Alphabet is one. The guy from UCLA. I'm not going to try to pronounce that. They need power on the edge. They missed out with Michael Bennett, and so I feel like they could also go Preston Smith. He kind of suits that kind of thing for them. Yeah, glad to be back on. Good morning, America.
And Seth, what about you? Where do you think we're going to see Tampa Bay go?
I saw who it was, but it was no one mentioned. I'll say that.
No one mentioned. And, okay, we're going to see a pick announced in a matter of seconds.
I'm going to guess Jake Fisher.
I'm going to go with you on that.
That's a good one.
Ugh.
Good old Mike Allstott.
Yuck.
Yeah.
Ugh.
No bueno.
Man, he's a guard.
They went offensive tackle, so Nick, you said offensive tackle, maybe a little bit different than Jake Fisher.
Smith.
What's your reaction to Donovan Smith as the Bucs pick?
Man, he tested a lot better than I thought he would as an athlete, and I think he's got some things to work with physically. He's got some good traits, but I don't think he's a tackle in the NFL, at least not a left tackle. I think he probably projects better as a guard, but I liked him more in the third or fourth round range, to be honest.
And Tyler, what about you? Obviously, they want to help Jameis Winston out build that offensive line. So what do you think about this pick at 34?
Well, I watched him in 2013 completely have his lunch stolen from him by Noah Spence. Noah Spence did have first round potential and all that kind of stuff, but he was made to look silly by Noah Spence. So he looked better this year, but again, I feel like he's a round 3, round 4 graded prospect. I think he's gotten a lot of hype over from the Senior Bowl and all those sorts of things. But yeah, they think they're protecting their starting quarterback. So.
And Seth, to you for your reactions to this pick real quickly, and then of course with the Raiders being on the clock, a lot of edge rushers on the board here. What would you like to see with Oakland?
Yeah, immediately the Donovan Smith pick. If I'm Jameis Winston, I'm scared for my life right now because I don't think that Donovan Smith should be starting at left tackle for anyone. And pick number 34 is generally draft left tackles there. But yeah, I think he's a right tackle at best. Moving on to the Raiders pick, tons of great players available, including Randy Gregory, Omogbeo Odighizuwa, and Preston Smith. I think they really like Preston Smith. I'd love Omogbeo Odighizuwa as my number 11th ranked player. And Randy Gregory is kind of an enigma at this point, but he is freakishly talented. I have heard, though, don't count out wide receiver here again, so which would shock me, but...
I mean, that's certainly an interesting pick after passing on Leonard Williams and taking Amari Cooper, passing on an edge rusher, and then taking another wide receiver. That would be a fun turn for the Raiders. And Nick, over to you. Looking at this Raiders pick, obviously, Seth just mentioned that they could potentially go wide receiver here, maybe an edge rusher if they make a better decision. Where do you think Oakland goes here? Give us a player.
I'll go with young Randy. I think at this point, like I keep going back to this, but I think he's my number 5 player on my board, just strictly based off talent. And if you're want to match, the risk reward, basically at this point, like I think that the risk of him flopping is probably outweighed by the reward you could get him as a dominant edge rusher. I mean, going forward, and I mean if he works out, you pair him with Khalil Mack, and I mean I think that's a great way to get things going in Oakland.
Absolutely. And TV with you, obviously you follow Raiders closely. Love the Raiders. What would make you happy right here? Randy Gregory or something else?
I totally agree with Nick in that. You can match Randy and Khalil up really well. Play Randy at Leo, play him at Sam, and then you can switch and swap him and Mac on the edge. He's got all the talent in the world. It's just those off-field things. He apparently had an awesome connection with Del Rio in the interview process, apparently, but and he's also missed the Raiders meeting, so I don't know what's really going on with that. Another pick here that could surprise is Devin Smith. I know they were talking to, if it is a wide receiver, I know they were talking to him a lot at the Senior Bowl. So you'd have that kind of underneath worker paired with that burner and give Carr obviously more tools. Alphabet as well can be a pick here. He could be totally slot into that zone, but I really think it will be Preston Smith.
I would like it to be Diggy just so I could get just one run at practicing his name, see if I could say it correctly. I'd have fun with that. So
saying
Raiders
it in a New Zealand accent will make it even worse. Like Diggy Zua.
And we'll live with that.
It all works as long as he produces. And
Man, I think like DGB here would be fun.
DGB, oh man, that would shake
Reggie
things.
won't touch him. Reggie won't touch him.
Yeah, I don't think you would either.
But then we could say typical Raiders pick there. The bad people and.
See, that's a Bengals pick to me.
Yeah, probably.
But we have to go with these narratives, even if they don't make sense. We have to stick with them.
Raiders are criminals on the field, even if they're losing. They're losing so bad, it's criminal.
So Nick, real quickly as we wait for the pick to come in, I mean, obviously, a thing with Gregory is it's not the weird thing. It's some concerns over his mental health. If you're in that front office, how are you handling that? How are you going about managing the risk versus value and where to take them? Where you feel comfortable?
Like I said, I'm comfortable here. I think that you're not. He was one of the elite talents in this draft, in my personal opinion, and I think really at this point, it's. Do you want to like it's got to be tough because like I said, I'm like someone I was talking to someone about this. It's not like it's terminal cancer or something like that. Like if you get the guy the help he needs and the meds he needs, everything's gonna be fine and things will work out. But does your team have the resources to deal with it? I mean, every team really should, but if you've never really had to deal with it in the past, you don't really want to deal with it now. So, I mean, personally, I wouldn't have a problem here at all. I think this is probably the right area to go with him, but I think it's about allocating the resources you have and dealing with the certain headaches that you want to deal with, and I just don't know. I think that this is probably the spot for him.
And here we go. Let's find out.
Let's go. Come on. Oh, wow.
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 That
Who?
mm, that was
Hello.
certainly unexpected. I mean, we talked about top edge rushers available. We talked about Oakland passing on Leonard Williams for wide receiver. Now they're going to go with Mario Edwards. So Tyler, we're going to start with you. You said who? What's your reaction to the Mario Edwards pick?
Really?
I'm very serious, my friend.
Mario Edwards Jr.
Mario Edwards Jr. Florida State Junior, yeah.
He just, he's not a good football player. What? I did not have a good grade on Mario Edwards. I saw him get pushed off the ball consistently. He did all right against Greg Robinson in the national championship game, but last year he was just absolute trash. Oh, I'm not. Wow. Yeah, that's all I've got about that pick.
Now, as this sets in for Tyler, Seth, I got to ask you, how you feeling about this pick? What are your likes? What are your dislikes?
Not a lot of likes. Dislikes. I've said this since I started watching Mario Edwards. Like, I feel like he's not strong enough to play 3 technique or 5 technique, and he's not quick enough to play 7 or 9 technique. So I don't know where you play him. If he plays 5 technique, he gets pushed off the ball, and if he plays 7, he's not quick enough. I don't know what's going on.
So, Nick, now we're going to get an outsider's perspective. You're not as emotional, although you're still getting over the pain of Randall from last night. Still, how you feeling? How you feeling right now? And then, real quickly, because Jacksonville's already set their pick in. So, how do you feel about Oakland's pick, and then where do you think Jacksonville can go?
This pick was terrible. I'm sorry. He's getting drafted, and he was ranked this high by teams based off his high school ranking. I mean, he was, a top 5 player in his high school ranking class, whatever. He's kind of like 80% of OA, right? Like, in the sense that they're basically, like, after he lost all that weight, like, he's just kind of what he might be like a 3, he might have to slide down inside. But I don't know, like, he didn't do much for me. I gave him like a late 3rd round, and only because I think there are some things to work with. You go off his Auburn game, he's a really good player. But outside of that, like, that's way too early for me.
Who
Probably.
do you think of your Jacksonville real quickly? Because here we go.
I'll go running back.
TJ Yeldon. I so hope it's TJ Yeldon.
Good call, TD.
I just Preston Smith is better,
Yeah,
and
TJ Yeldon. There we go. So, TD, you called it. Let's start with you. What's your reaction to the TJ Yeldon pick?
The Jags, I don't know what they're doing with their drafting. They just don't listen to anyone, it seems. I saw people be a fan of TJ Yeldon, and I just didn't see it. I like Duke Johnson a lot better. I like Kevin Coleman. I like David Cobb better. I like Mike Davis better. I just don't see it with TJ Yeldon, to be honest. But that I'm gonna have to troll Hank right now.
Seth, what about you? As you're seeing this pick, TJ Yeldon. I mean, Denard Robinson showed some things last year. Toby Gerhart. Goodbye, Toby Gerhart. So what are your thoughts about TJ Yeldon as a running back for the Jaguars?
Yeah, I feel like this day has been filled with negative comments, but I'm going to have to pile on and say that I don't like TJ Yeldon at all. I think that he's really a product of Alabama, really. I mean, I don't really see exceptional strength. I don't see exceptional speed or burst. I don't really see it. I think Shane Alexander likes him a lot, though. So, I mean, I really respect Shane's opinion, so.
And I will say this, LT was just comparing him to James Starks. Nick and I can talk about James Starks. He's fine. But this is early to be taking James Starks' clone. What do you think, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, with the thing with TJ Yeldon, he's probably the best pass blocking back in the draft. I mean, if that's what you're looking for here. But like, if for a guy who's like 6 foot and he's a big dude, like 220 pounds or so, he runs like he's a $190. Like he's never looking to push the pile, run anyone over. He's got good feet and decent vision, but he's not a guy that I would have taken over Duke Johnson, Amir Abdullah, those types of guys.
Exactly.
I think he's a decent back, but I don't think he's certainly not a guy you want as your feature back in the NFL, or at least a guy who's going to be in your top 3 or 4 running backs, especially in a deep class. It just doesn't make any sense. At least I would have thought he was probably in the 7th or 8th running back in the draft.
And so New York Jets pick is in. We'll be waiting a little bit before we see that. So, TV, starting with you, if you're the Jets, where are you going here?
Bryce Petty? Nah, I'm just playing. Well, they have to go receiver here, right? What? Maybe go for DJB? Gregory, they still need edge.
We treat every day like casual Friday. We take beer seriously, not ourselves.
Yeah, I'm still kind of shocked about that Raiders pick, but yeah, I'd say they'd go edge or wide receiver.
And we share our beer with our
And
friends.
joining us now, just as we said, time to react and settle in with the Raiders pick. Chandler, how you feeling, buddy?
I might need a little bit longer to settle in with that pick.
Yeah, what the?
I mean, Edwards, I had him as a 2nd round grade. It's not an abysmal pick. He's a good scheme fit, good athlete. But over Preston Smith, over Jake Fisher, we had a lot more options there that I would have liked to take. I'm not sure I can get behind that pick. So I don't know.
I just sent you guys a vine of him doing a backflip at 275. that might get us a little bit.
I mean, he's a good athlete. I don't think anybody's ever disputed that. He was, the #1 recruit coming out of high school, Denton Geyer, a while ago.
Yeah. Over Noah Spence.
Yeah, no, he's a great athlete, but I don't know.
So let's get your mind off that pick, Chandler. Let's look at the New York Jets pick. Where do you think New York should go with this pick? What do you think, Chandler? Where do you think New York should go with this pick?
Ooh, I would say D-line or an edge, but they took Leonard Williams, and they already have more than they can handle there. So I think maybe target offensive line, go with Jake Fisher, highly athletic, can fit in pretty much any system. He's my number 13 player, and that'd be a steal here.
And Nick, what about you? Where do you think, real quickly, New York Jets go here as we wait for Washington to walk to the stage?
Man, I mean, the last 2 picks sucked enough, so they might as well just go with the 3rd one and make it Sean Mannion.
That would simply be brilliance.
No, I think, again,
that was hilarious.
Yeah, I think Owa would be a great pick here, right? They like bigger edge guys. So maybe an Owa or a Preston Smith would be kind of cool here.
I know the Patriots are favorites, but with that Jets front, goodness gracious, rest in peace, Tom Brady. You had a great career.
Could it be Eric Kendricks?
Maybe.
Let's find out.
Please welcome, from the University of Maryland, Eastern Shore, a 7th round draft pick in 1966. Running back Emerson Bruiser. With the 37th in the 2015 NFL draft, the New York Jets select Devin Smith, wide receiver.
Devin Smith, going wide receiver, not going defense. Nick, we'll start with you. What are your thoughts?
Man, I like this pick a lot. In the sense that you got to get whatever you can for Geno Smith. And I think they're committed to him at least for another year probably. Once Jameis and Mariota are off the board, they couldn't draft another quarterback, so might as well build as much as you can around him. So now you got you're looking at Brandon Marshall, Eric Decker. Those guys aren't going to stretch the field for you much. So now you got Devin Smith, who probably is going to come in and be one of the premier deep ball threats in the league. So I mean, really, I like this pick a lot. I mean, schematically, it makes a lot of sense.
But we've reached a point where we now have someone who likes the pick. This is a rare point for our day 2 coverage right now. It hasn't been happening, so this is a milestone that we're happy with. Tyler, what are your thoughts on the pick?
First Buckeye, baby. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that fit offensively, but hopefully he becomes a good target for them. I guess they've got Decker and Marshall and the basketball team there, so they add speed to that wide receiving core. I just think he would produce somewhere better. He's obviously got a bad quarterback situation, but I was a Geno Smith fan, so I'm hoping he turns up this year.
Hashtag Team Gino. And Shane, what about you? What are your thoughts on Devin Smith to the New York Jets?
Devin Smith. I love Devin Smith. He's one of my favorite prospects in this class. I love the way he tracks the deep ball. It seems like his focus when the ball's in the air is just so much better than just about everyone else in this class. And he's kind of lumped into like being just a 9-route runner. I think I've said this before, but I really like the way he runs routes. Like in general, I think that if you let him run shorter routes, I think he could thrive there too. So I mean, I think he's more well-rounded than people give him credit for, and he's one of my favorite guys in this class. I think New York got a good one. I do wonder about the fit though, as Tyler said, but I think it'll work out. I think he's a really good player.
And NFL Network just showed we're now looking at wide receiver core with Eric Decker, Brandon Marshall, and Devin Smith. Tyler, how do you think this can help Geno Smith take the next step and potentially get some of the criticism off his back?
I also think Rex Ryan gone helps. He's just a quarterback killer, that dude. I don't know what it is. He's kind of like Wizenhunt. They just kill quarterbacks.
Quarterback killer, feet lover.
Yeah, you've got given him a deep threat, and you've given him 2 position receivers, so you've really got what you want for a young quarterback. They've got a good enough line, that's getting quite old. It's not like it used to be, but hopefully Geno can take that next step. 3 years to me is the pinnacle of where you will know what a player is going to be. So.
And so now we're looking at Washington up on the clock. I mean, there's options here. I mean, you look at first round. Obviously, they went Brandon Sheriff, upgrade the offensive line. Could they go pass rusher here? What do you think, Seth?
Pass rusher makes a ton of sense. There's great ones on the board because teams like Oakland are passing on them. So, I mean, there's real talent there still.
Eli Harold would fit here.
Yeah, he would. Close to the area, too. Makes a lot of sense.
And what about you, Nick? We think Washington, we see them go pass rush here like Eli Harold, like Tyler mentioned? All right, so Tyler, what do you like about Eli Harold?
He's pretty much Vic Beasley light. He's fast off the edge. He's got a good first step, but he has no idea really how to use pass rush moves, or he's kind of a free runner, tackling people on the backside. I just think if you get him in, defense like Washington's, pair him next to Kerrigan, you could slowly pull him along, and then he'll start developing once he learns some more tricks to the game.
And Nick, as we wait for Washington's pick is in, they haven't announced it yet. Obviously, that'll take some time. What do you think would be a good fit for Washington? Potentially an edge rusher, or do you think they go somewhere else?
I think Nick's frozen.
Yeah, he's frozen. All right, so Washington's pick is in. We're still wait for that. And one thing we are doing this time, because yesterday there was a little bit more confusion. So we are going with just following NFL Network, so there's more smooth transition for everything, which I think has really worked well. So I hope everyone watching is enjoying it. So as we wait here, Tyler, starting with you. Who are some of your top 5 players available right now?
Edge or all players available?
All players.
Jake Fisher, Diggy Zua, Randy Gregory. What wide receivers left?
DGB, there's
Max Williams is still there. Clive Wolford. AJ Can. There's quite a few good players still available, and I think this is where you find all your value in the draft. Really, is from 2 to 5.
And Nick is back with us now. So Nick, where do you think Washington goes right here?
Man, they need to work on that defense. I think really anywhere on the defense they could go here. I mean, even a corner. But again, an edge rusher I think would be a good fit here. I think they have to get one of those, and they upgraded their offensive line the first round. Now they can go ahead and upgrade their defensive line or one of their edge rusher positions, and I think really here I think that would be the ideal situation.
And so just looking forward, and right now, who are your top 5 players available overall?
Me?
Yeah.
Okay. Like pretty much the same what we started here. You're going back to Randy Gregory, and this is basically just guys who have character issues or injury issues in the past. So you're looking at Randy Gregory, Owa, DGB, but then you're looking at other guys like also Eric Kendricks was one of my top 10 to 15 players, and I think I'm not sure he's a fit with Washington at this point. Maybe he is. But I think he's a great player, and also Preston Smith is up there as well for me.
And so, I mean, we talk about your top 5. Actually, Washington, their pick is about to be announced, so let's see what's going on.
Please welcome from the University of Cincinnati, a 7th round pick in the 1965 draft, defensive back Greg Owens. With the 38th pick in 2015 NFL Draft, Washington Redskins select Preston Smith. Linebacker, Mississippi.
Okay.
Yeah, that's great value there. What do you think, Tyler?
That's a really, really good pick. I wanted him in Oakland. He can play down, he can play up. He adds that kind of defensive end linebacker hybrid that they want. Yeah, damn it, good pick, Washington. I just got a hot take here. I'll drop. They freed Blake Bortles by drafting him the next Adrian Peterson and T.J. Weldon.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Jesus.
And this guy is really, really firing home with this take too. Oh Lord.
Yeah. So, I mean, with Preston Smith here, like his comp for a lot of people was Justin Tuck, and I think he's going to be a really good edge rusher, and he's one of those guys who can slide inside even on on 3rd down and let you add another outside edge rusher. So I think at this point, like, I was late to the party on him, and I think he ended up as a top 30 player for me. So I think at this point that's a really good pick for them. And I mean, if you have issues in your secondary, sometimes the best is just to add to the pass rush.
All right, and then Seth, did you get your thoughts in on Preston Smith?
No, I didn't. Preston Smith is one of my favorite players in the draft. I love his versatility. As Tyler said, he can pretty much play anywhere. His best fit might be at 5 technique. I believe they run a 3-4, right? Washington.
Yeah.
He probably fits best at 5 technique, but in other looks, I really like him inside when he kicks into 3 technique on film. When he played 3 technique, it didn't look like anyone could stop him. He was completely unstoppable. Double teams, chip him with a running back, nothing. It was, he's really impressive. Oakland should have taken him over Edwards. But here is Chicago's pick.
Nick, do you have a real quick prediction for Chicago?
Someone bad. Just let it be Sean Mannion, and we can all just shut it down for the night.
They're gonna take Jake Fisher. They're gonna take Randy Gregory.
It's gonna be Gregory, I think. Actually, now that I think about it, and I'm gonna be really sad.
1965 draft by the Bears. 1979 Hall of Fame inductee, linebacker Dick Butkus.
What's that?
You said Dick Butkus still alive?
I guess.
Yeah.
With the 39th in the 2015 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears.
Wow.
And I like this. Eddie Goldman, nose tackle.
Oh, so they don't go with Gregory. They go inside. They needed help nose tackle position. They're doing 3-4, although, as we know, Fangio likes to move pieces around. So, Nick, what's your reaction?
Man, it was interesting. We're a lot of the Chicago people were, we're not really going to address nose tackle like that specifically because it's really not a fixture in Fangio's defense. They have a dominant nose tackle, but I think in the 3-4, they didn't really have anyone to really play that position for them. So I think it's decent value here. He was a top 50 guy for me, but and I'm not sure he's much more than a 2-down guy. But I mean, I'd rather have Goldman here than Shelton if they would have taken him at 7.
You hear that, Cleveland? You hear that, Cleveland? So Seth, what about you? How do you feel about this pick for Chicago? How does he fit?
I like the fit. I think he can plug right in at zero technique, but it seems like today we've got a lot of guys that teams are drafting second-round value guys, but there's still a lot of first-round guys on the board that are getting passed up, and I don't know why. And so, I mean, I understand it and the value's there, but there's better value to be had at positions of need for some of these teams, so I don't really know what's going on with some of these guys.
Has someone reminded the NFL that Gregory and Eric Kendricks are available? Because maybe they just totally missed that. Nah.
I mean, I'm not overly surprised that Kendricks is still available. I mean, the NFL is still stuck on we want our middle linebacker to weigh 250 pounds. So I mean, I'm not overly surprised. I thought as a player, I think I would think probably a lot of 3-4 teams don't think he can play inside. So maybe some teams are kind of limiting to a weak side factor, but I don't know.
And Tyler, what do you think about Goldman to Chicago?
I really liked Goldman. I like Phillips and Goldman more than Shelton at times. But with Goldman, he fits their scheme. He could play at 5 if they really wanted him. Not that he'd produce there, but he's just a man mover, one-on-one who will just drive people off the ball, drive people to the ball. Sorry. He's a good pick for Chicago, and better value like Mick said.
So now we got Tennessee Titans they're on the clock. The pick is in. Seth, where do you think we're going to see Tennessee go on? Is it going to be DGB?
Oh yeah, it's got to be. I would be absolutely stunned if it wasn't DGB. They came that close to getting him at 33. Also, I'd like to mention St. Louis traded pick 41 to Carolina for a 3rd and a 6th.
Carolina's got to get Jake Fisher, please.
Yeah. So let's talk about DGB, though. I mean, a lot of people rave about his physicality. Of course, there is the whole domestic violence situation, which I guess I can save that rant for another day. He probably won't be facing AS1 in the NFL. It happened in college over a year ago. But looking at DGB, the player, Nick, what can he do for Marcus Mariota?
And he's an interesting pick. I mean, there hasn't been a whole lot of success for guys who've had to sit out a year before, transitioning to the NFL. But, I mean, a guy who's, 6'5", 230, 235, with some movement skills of a guy, a much smaller player for the position. He didn't test out to be as good of an athlete as a lot of us thought he would. I mean, pretty much squashing any comp of him to a Megatron or something like that. But I mean, a guy at his size who can create separation, and he has the movement skill, change direction ability. I really think at 40, I think it's a pretty good pick here, and I think Mariota would do really well to get a guy here and them not have to squander any picks. To move up or, move any direction to go get him.
Yeah, I mean, you're now giving Mariota, Kendall Wright, Dorial Green Beckham, and Delaney Walker. And I like Delaney Walker, underrated tight end. And Tyler, go ahead.
Kendall Wright, even himself, is one of the better slot receivers in the league. So I think, I mean, if you're going to draft a quarterback that early. You want to give him pieces around him too. Yeah, I mean, they already got the franchise left tackle in Luan last year, so might as well go get him, a guy who could eventually be, a stud receiver in the league.
Man, you mentioned this has been nice. I mean, they drafted Luan last year. They also, the year before, drafted offensive guard. Can't remember his name right now.
Warmack.
Warmack, yeah. So, they're starting to put it together. Now they have the quarterback, wide receiver, go along with Kendall Wright and Delaney Walker. It's a nice fit. Tyler, what are your thoughts?
Sankey, they got Sankey last year as well in the second round.
Oh, yeah. Although Sankey was a little bit of disappointment, but yeah. So what are your thoughts on the pick, Tyler?
So they have selected DJB?
Yeah, it's DGB.
Yeah, he's got the talent in the class to be the best receiver, really. Obviously, he hasn't played for a year. And you obviously got to give Mariota tools right now, but you've got Wright, as Nick was saying, who I think is really underrated as a receiver. And they've got Hunter. They've got pieces to put around. They're getting the pieces to make their quarterback successful, and that's what you've got to do.
And Seth, you mentioned, what was the trade that just happened?
Oh, sorry. It was Carolina traded St. Louis's pick. For St. Louis's pick, 3 and a 6.
And so looking at Carolina, I mean, is there any question that it's Jake Fisher? I mean, how do you not go with the top offensive tackle?
Were we talking about Carolina's pick?
Carolina, how do you not go with the top offensive tackle?
Well, they didn't.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Well, spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert, yeah.
All right, so before we find out where they could go, because it's obviously not offensive tackle, Nick, besides offensive tackle, where do you think they went? Because they obviously don't care about Cam Newton.
And I didn't look, but if it's not offensive tackle, if specifically on offense, it's probably a receiver. On defense, they probably need someone to replace Greg Hardy, or they added a linebacker. Either it is Shaq Thompson. They probably could use someone in the secondary. But I mean, if they're not going a tackle here, I would assume it's probably a receiver, someone to go out there and catch more passes for Cam.
And this would still likely mean that Michael Orr is going to be the left tackle in Carolina, which is just it crushes my soul. So
Tyler, it's insane to me that they just don't really feel the need to protect him.
And Cam will get blamed for it anyway, but well.
Yeah. What receiver can they really add? At this point, it is a deep class. Did they go Jalen Strong?
Go ahead.
They don't really have that number one receiver since they got rid of Steve Smith.
I mean, who else would it be? You got Jalen Strong, Devin Funchess, maybe. I mean, even though he's pretty much him and Kelvin are not that much different in terms of their ability to. I mean, I don't think they're significantly different. I mean, Funchess is probably better movement skills, but they both struggle to catch the football. But I just don't like. Maybe they would shock and go, with a smaller guy, play the slot like a Tyler Lockett or something like that.
All right, Seth, who did the Carolina Panthers take?
It was Devin Funchess.
Oh, wow.
There we go.
Yeah, which I have to echo the sentiment that what does he give you that Kelvin Benjamin doesn't give you? I don't know.
I mean, he's got a little bit better movement skills. Like, his route running's probably better, but, I mean, you want another guy who's going to go out there and drop a lot of passes for Cam. It just doesn't make any sense.
Unless they don't like Cam Newton, which I think is pretty clear right about now.
Man, Jake Fisher would have been phenomenal value. I don't know if he has an injury or something that we don't know about, like what's causing him to fall so far.
He did play some of the year off because of injury, didn't
he? Yeah.
Yeah.
And Tyler, Devin Funchess, how do you feel? What are your thoughts on Funchess as a player and why Carolina chooses to do this to Cam Newton?
He showed ability, like especially in his freshman year as a tight end, and I thought this kid could be like an round one tight end. And then then last year they moved him to wide receiver, and he dropped balls and was very inconsistent. He's got good movement skills for his size, but again, as the other guys echoed, like he just gives you what Calvin Benjamin does.
Man, I think so. Offense pick is in, and right, I do want to try and get Matt Harmon's pick, who does reception perception. So I'm working on that right now, or his take on the pick.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys just saw his tweet. Someone help me.
He was not a Funchess fan.
No, he was not. So let's look ahead to Atlanta. I mean, obviously we're hoping to have another guest. We're hoping to have Charles on today to talk about the draft later on day 2 of round 2, maybe round 3. Atlanta, they're in a just great situation here again. I mean, the second round has played out beautifully for them.
If they take, for my take on this, if they take Eric Rowe, the Falcons have pretty much won the draft for me. They'll just start building their defense, and it will be good.
There are about a dozen players on the board that Atlanta could take right now and win the draft because so many teams have passed on such great players.
This has been just... So, Nick, where do you think we could see Atlanta Falcons go now that,
Man, I'd like... Eric Kendricks would probably be a good pick here, right?
Yeah, he would.
I think at this point that's pretty good value. And he's probably the best player available, I would think. You already got your edge rusher in the first round in Vic Beasley. He probably was one of the top 3 or 4 players in the draft. And I think that, I mean, if you're going to build it up, I think that it's probably the best. I think probably the best value they're going to get here too.
Maybe they could go Clemson and take Grady Jarrett here too.
Yeah.
Oh man, that would be scary for their defense.
You know, I'm usually bad with these predictions. As in December of 2 years ago, I picked Tampa Bay to win the division, and they went on to get the #1 pick. So I'm not going to say what Atlanta can do this year because that will end badly. This franchise will probably be folded up. Matt Ryan will retire, and it's all going to be bad.
Man, I just saw someone, Ben the Time, tweet about, earlier he was joking around saying, Zach Mettenberger, DGB, and who was it? Someone else walking to a bar. Like, I mean, they got some arrow with Taylor Lewan because he's kind of a pile, but they got some real character guys there.
Some real woman beaters.
Yeah, real quality individuals.
The Browns have traded the 43rd pick to the Texans.
Running back?
Texans go grab...
Could be running back.
Yeah, I mean, there was a report last night that they were looking at trading up for Tevin Coleman. Atlanta probably is not taking Coleman, so you figured it. I mean, Houston's jumping ahead of New Orleans, Minnesota.
Well,
in Houston as well.
And teams know that Houston wants running backs because I'll just listen to this pick real quick. But I mean, teams know that Houston wants running backs. That's why San Diego jumped up last night to get Melvin Gordon. So
absolutely.
Man, you gotta think like Royal Green Beckham one had a Randy Gregory. There's got to be some pretty significant issues there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the fascinating. I mean, because the Mets draft guys cover this, yeah. We don't always know what.
He missed the team meetings, and so that's what really irks too. So he had one of the craziest schedules of any of the prospects because of what he had off the field.
As we just heard, Carolina announces they hate Cam Newton. So. All right, so I mean, we have Atlanta. We talked about potentially going corner. We talked about Grady Jarrett. Plenty of options here, and just talk about the winners of the draft so far. Goodness gracious. It's unfair.
Anybody but the Giants, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, it really, I'm not sure we can really say there's any winners at this point. I mean, we're only 10 picks into the second round, but You gotta really like what Falcons did. I don't know who they're gonna take here. If they could probably, if they're gonna go secondary, to pair someone with Trufant. I mean, I think that'd work out pretty well. Or Eric Kendrick, someone like that, maybe an edge rusher.
Eric Rowe would match that system really well.
Yeah. Well, it's like because they probably just want like a bigger guy, more physical. Who else you looking at? Eric Rowe.
Suits as well because they can play him at left tackle or right tackle, and they've got Matthews and Baker's.
Yeah.
Baker's just horrible. Baker is horrible.
So we should hopefully find out within the next hour who Atlanta's taking. Thank you, NFL.
Man, they've gone to commercial every pick.
Yes, they have. They got to make that money, all about that dollar.
Yeah, Goodell doesn't get paid enough, man.
Oh, and I just saw the Atlanta pick.
Did you?
Yeah. So we're going to skip ahead real quick. And so real quickly, we said defense. The Atlanta pick, they have selected running back Duke Johnson.
Oh,
Atlanta did?
AP is getting his. Andrew Parsons is getting his perfect draft. They honestly, fucking. Sorry, excuse my language. They've. Damn, Atlanta's drafting good.
They are drafting very well.
That's great pick. That's a
But,
great pick.
You just kind of threw out their running back from who'd they get last year? Devontae Freeman. He just.
Yeah.
I mean, man, I don't know. I mean, I wasn't the biggest Freeman fan, but you spent a 4th round on a running back last year, and you're going to go ahead and spec in the early 2nd right now.
I'm closing Twitter for good. I'm done.
Mhm.
You have conflicting reports on it now, so I'm going to close that down.
Yeah, I just saw something
reports, you
different.
said?
Yeah.
I just saw Jalen Collins.
All right, so let's talk. But I'm just going to say let's wait because Twitter is just you're going to have different things. So we're going to wait and see who Atlanta's going to take here. We talked about running back just now. We talked about cornerback. Let's find out who it is in a couple minutes. And after that, we've mentioned Houston, who is probably going to trading up to get Tevin Coleman.
Is that what we're assuming now?
Just off the reports from last night that they love Tevin Coleman. It seems like the likely pick.
The pick is in.
Tevin Coleman sucks.
Yeah, he
What
does.
does Tevin Coleman say?
Like,
He runs like
Like-
McFadden.
I saw someone's stat, like, out of all, like, the top, 7 or 8 running backs who were thought of as, like, the top guys, like, he had the lowest break tackle percentage at, like, 11 or 12%. Like, the other, like, if you're looking at, like, Melvin Gordon, Gurley, and a couple other guys, everyone else is above 19. So, I mean, like, once you get him in the open field, he's gone. But, like, how often, like, in the NFL game are there holes like that for someone to run through?
Exactly, and he's just a home run hitter. Like I've explained this, those players don't get to make those home runs in the NFL.
Yeah, I saw someone comp him to, like, a bigger C.J. Spiller, and that makes sense.
He reminds me of McFadden of how tall he runs. I just don't like those guys that run like they've got a pencil up their bum.
And so, what are your thoughts on the running backs available?
Me?
Seth.
Oh, sorry. Duke John. Let's listen to this pick, I guess, since we're not sure who this is gonna be.
LSU,
Man, that guy's got to rub that dirt off his chin.
1999 draft by the Falcons. Center, Todd McClure.
Oh yeah, I know who
With
the
the
fuck.
42nd pick of the 2015 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Jalen Collins.
There we go. So it is a cornerback. So let's talk about Jalen Collins. Not a lot of experience, but there's a lot of tools people like. Nick, starting with you, what do you feel about this pick?
He's such a tough evaluation for me. Like,
Definitely.
for me, like, he just didn't play a whole lot. Like, what, in his 3 years he had 10 starts, something like that. Even in this past year, he only had 7. So I mean, like, there's a ton to like with him. I think, like, he's a really good athlete for a guy his size. I mean, like, he ran a really good 3-cone, so he's got some movement skills, but he's not a guy you're going to expect a whole lot from year 1, I think. But eventually, I think he could be, become a really good corner in the league. And I think this is about right where he should have gone.
And Tyler, following up with you.
I think he's kind of like Jimmy Smith, where he's got the ability, but he's going to need some, like almost a redshirt year to really get his game in check. But I was watching LSU practices, and him and Mills were just crushing dudes in the circle drills, so he's got a lower body explosion. He's long, he's tall, he suits that scheme. Yeah, and as Nick was saying, he only played, 7 games this year, 10 starts all up. That's just, I don't know. He did really well. He got beat versus Murray, but he's one of those cornerbacks that just doesn't look like he's phased if he does get beat, and he'll just keep coming, and he'll fight his way through. So, yeah, I like his ability, but I still think he needs a year or two to become a good player.
And Seth, where does Collins rank on your board?
I have him as a second-round grade as my 8th corner. Overall, not quite sure where I have him ranked overall, but I mean he's fairly high. I like the pick here. He's my 48th overall player. So right at 42. I mean that's good value there, I think. But as it's been mentioned, he's a tough eval because not much game film. I think he's a natural athlete with instincts and stuff, but he'll take some development. Here's Houston's pick.
Please welcome from Mississippi State University, a second-round pick in the 1998 draft, defensive back Eric Brown.
Man, nothing like having a 3-year player announce your pick.
With the first 43rd pick in the 2015 NFL draft, we the Houston Texans select Bernard McKinney, linebacker, Mississippi State.
So it wasn't Tevin Coleman. They're going with McKinney.
Interesting.
Man, that's such an NFL pick.
They got the second best inside linebacker in the draft, and the first is still on the board.
Tyler, let's start with you. I mean, what's your scouting report on McKinney? How does he fit in with Houston?
I like McKinney more than I do Dawson and Perryman. A lot of people, criticize his game, but he's that old type of linebacker where he'll be a really good thumper, I think, for their defense. He could have been played on the edge as a 4-3 Sam as well, but I think I would have gone Eric Kendricks here and paired him with Cushing, but they've obviously got better ideas.
And Seth.
I like McKinney, not as much as I think that some other people did. It's funny that you asked about my ranking for Collins because McKinney was right after him at 49. I also had a second-round grade on him. I think he has fairly good versatility at his position. As Tyler mentioned, I think he could play Sam too. He's kind of that throwback. He can stop the run, and he's decent enough in zone coverage. There were times though I saw him kind of run into blocks and then was slow to shed, and he kind of missed some plays there. And I don't know about his instincts sometimes. Sometimes it seems like he's indecisive on play fakes and stuff. But, it's a solid pick and solid value here, as we've kind of seen has been par for the course today.
And Nick, wrapping it up with you here, what do you think about McKinney and what's your scouting report on?
Man, he was my 3rd inside linebacker after Kendricks and Anthony. I think he's somewhere like around 55 on my board. So, I mean, right now it's not terrible. I mean,
I'm so glad you didn't say Dawson, by the way.
No, Dawson, for me, he was a late 3rd for me. And I still don't think he goes today, but that's not an argument. But with McKinney, he's one of those guys, he tested out pretty okay. Everyone told us before, the combine, whatever, he's some freak athlete. And, I mean, at the combine, he wasn't very good, but at their pro day, he tested a lot better. And I think it was Jim Coburn, and he basically called him a pile inspector. And when you see it a lot, you see this guy who doesn't make as many plays as he should. Like he'll go out there and he'll look good for one play, and he just seems to take a few off, and he just doesn't make enough tackles and make enough splash plays. Really, like I like Kendricks a whole hell of a lot more, and you got to think at this point. I know there was a report that Kendrick's knee failed one team. He was taken off a board because of his knee. So I think at this point, if his knee has probably got to be a lot worse than a lot of us know. I mean, I think that's the problem at this point. We don't really have the total knowledge or inside knowledge of injury history and whatnot.
All right, so let's flip over to the New Orleans Saints. Their pick is in right now. I mean, Tyler, starting with you, what areas of need do you think New Orleans could address right here?
I thought they could have gone edge rusher in the first. They could get Randy Gregory right now, and that would be a great value. They could also get Diggy here, and that would be great value. But Diggy's hips must be really bad if his tape's that good and he's still there. They could also go Kendricks, I think, but then they got Anthony in the first. So New Orleans I thought they would just build on defense, but they went Pete in the first, so that kind of threw me off. They could also add Eric Rowe here, but at corner and play him at corner, but we'll see.
And Seth, what about you?
It makes a ton of sense for me. He's really the only one that makes sense for me, really, right here. Yeah, especially after Pete going, Fisher there. Fisher doesn't make any sense with Pete going in the first. But if I have to believe that something's really wrong with Owen's hips if he hasn't been picked by now, so I really don't know who the pick's going to be.
The point is they were looking at Philip Dorsett in the first, so they could go like Tyler Lockett here, or
Justin Hardy maybe.
Yeah, one of those faster small receivers.
Any chance we're seeing Bryce Petty go to New Orleans here?
That did happen.
I'd be shocked, but
yeah. So Minnesota is now on the clock. Twitter's reporting. So
yeah, I mean, we really haven't had a bad pick in a while. Let it happen.
Well, you prefer it happens with Minnesota.
Yeah.
Yeah, Minnesota didn't have a bad pick, by the way.
No, they didn't.
By the Saints. Offensive tackle, John Stinchcomb. With the 44th pick in the 2015 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Oli Kikaha, linebacker, Washington.
Interesting.
So we've talked about red flags here.
Yeah.
Now, he cleared
His hips must be horrendous if you're willing to go for a guy whose knees are just not even exist.
And just a really poor athlete too.
Yeah.
So I take it you don't like this pick, Nick?
No, I mean, like, I don't think it's terrible. I had a early third on him, but like with the other players who are available still, I mean, specifically at that position, like they've got to be some messed up stuff going on for these other guys. If I mean, Kikaha, like he's a terrible athlete. I mean, he ran in 4.9, something like that for a guy who only weighs 250 pounds. But what he does bring, I mean, he's got the best hand usage of any edge in the class. I mean, just so heavy and I mean, he's one of those guys who overcomes his lack of athletic ability with his technique and whatnot. But I just wonder, you look at a guy like him, like how much better is he going to be than I mean, maybe not Jarvis Jones bad, but like with a guy who is that poor of an athlete, like you just wonder what kind of upside he has as more of, like he was not a guy who was strong against the run or anything like that, and he doesn't have that dominant athletic trait to really come through it. I just don't know what kind of upside you're going to get there.
And the Vikings pick is in very quickly. So real quickly, each of you, what position and player do you think we could see him go here? Give us two options.
I already saw it, and I'm sad.
Yeah, I saw it too.
Well, let's talk about it then. Vikings selected inside linebacker Eric Kendricks. I think we all had him as the top inside linebacker in this draft. all with the first round grade, and now he is going to Minnesota. Nick, I know you're sad, so we're going to start with you. You know, Raiders fans have gone through enough pain.
Man, like, I wasn't all that high on Trey Waynes, like, especially at, like, 11th overall. I had him a second round grade on him, but he was a top 30 player for me. So, like, Eric Kendricks was, like, my number 9th or 10th overall player. He's just very good at everything he does. The problem with him that people don't like is he's small. He came in at about 6 foot, just over 230. He ran well. He's a good athlete for the position. People don't like the fact that he doesn't, take on blocks. But I mean, in today's NFL, or even how many prospects? I mean, you look at a guy like Benardrick McKinney, who's 250 plus pounds at that position. And he's not much of a stack and shed type guy at that position either. So I mean, in today's NFL, I mean, if your DL doesn't keep you clean, it's just not many linebackers at that point, or in today's NFL, do that anymore.
And I don't know if anyone told the Vikings this, but Kendricks hasn't played for Green Bay yet, so I'm not sure what they're doing with him. They're a little bit ahead of schedule. So, Tyler, let's get your thoughts on your number 1 inside linebacker.
He can play sideline to sideline. His instincts are great. He can work in coverage, probably the best in coverage of all the inside linebackers. Probably Ben Henney's slightly behind him. But yeah, I didn't like their first pick, but I think they got great value with Kendricks here in the second round.
And of course, one thing I just remembered, he's going to be teaming up again with his old college teammate Anthony Barr.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Seth, what's your reaction to this pick? How do you like it? Because we all like it.
I love it. I think he was my 14th overall player. Incredibly athletic. He can lock up running backs, linebackers, playing man coverage. He's, you kind of look at him and you think he'd be a liability against the run, but he's really not. I mean, he's probably even above average in that area. Sometimes sometimes he'll get pushed out of his gaps, but I mean, he's just so good. He's really well-rounded. He locks people down. He's incredibly athletic. He's explosive. It's great value here.
All right, so now let's talk about San Francisco 49ers. Round 1, they went local. Arik Armstead. Round 2, doesn't fear they're trading down. Their pick is in. Nick, Tyler, then Seth rounded up. Where do you think the 49ers are going right here?
Man, maybe an inside linebacker. They go with a guy like Denzel Perryman here. They had, Patrick Willis is gone. Chris Borland retired. And who's the other guy? I can't think of his name. The guy coming off knee injury.
Navarro Bowman.
Yeah, yeah, he's a really good player, but that was a pretty, significant knee injury. Maybe a receiver here. They don't have a whole lot after losing Crabtree. It's a pretty poor roster right now. It's a pretty bad team. I think they could go a lot of directions.
And we do have, as 49ers pick is on the clock, we do have news from Rich Eisen. Eagles just moved up from 52 to trade with Dolphins, so the Eagles are now on the clock. Who could the Eagles want?
Brett Hundley?
That would send some shockwaves through several Eagles.
I think Brent Hundley could go to SD.
I could see it.
San Diego. They can put him behind Rivers. But with San Francisco, I think they could go wide receiver with Justin Hardy, Tyler Lockett. Jalen Strong's also still there. I don't really like Jalen Strong's ability match with Kaepernick's because it's kind of giving you what Crabtree was. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where they go.
And what about you, Seth?
Yeah, it's real tough right now. Wide receiver does make a lot of sense. My guess would probably be someone like Justin Hardy, who, I had a fringe first-round grade on. I know I was a lot higher on him than most people, but he's really skilled. That's probably what I would do. Gregory and stuff's still on the board. Who knows?
Man, there's a lot of
Gregory and
talent.
Alden.
That would be
Gregory
insane.
and Alden. Whew.
That's
a hell of a front.
This is intriguing. I mean, so let's see. We talked about Gregory. Could they go secondary? Could they go offense? I mean, some of them said offensive line.
Oh, those San Francisco uniforms. Ugh.
Yeah.
I don't think they're as bad as Oakland's, though.
They're not doing that. That was a joke.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, they're not doing
Oh.
that gold. That was about as bad as Cardale Jones' joke today, saying he was leaving Ohio State.
Yeah.
It has been an eventful. So real quickly, just on the Philly-Miami trade. Philly sends 47th overall pick and their 6th round pick. Oh wait, no. Philly receives Miami's 4th round pick and 6th round pick. Philly sends 52nd overall pick and 2 5th round picks back to back.
Interesting.
I mean, there's a lot of players for Miami, so why not move down 5 spots and get those guys like that? So
Who could they go after? Philly could go Eli Harold. Oh, they've got Connor Bowen and Graham though.
Here we go.
Francisco 49ers selection. Please welcome from James Madison University, a 4th round draft pick in 1986 by the San Francisco 49ers, defensive end and newest member of the Hall of Fame, Charles Hanley.
With the 46th pick in the 2015 draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Jaworski Tartt, defensive back, Sanford.
So let's talk about Tartt. Seth, starting with you. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, in all honesty, Tartt's really a tough eval. It's really tough to find film on him playing at Samford. But, I mean, he's a good athlete. I mean, looking at his, height, weight, you wouldn't expect the kind of numbers that he put up. Like NFL Network showing now, he's a thumper. He lays the wood. At a school like that, it's obvious that he's a kind of a talent that that's just above everyone else in that league, and that's kind of what you look for with small school guys. As far as the fit with San Francisco, I mean, it makes sense. To me, it makes sense. I think they could probably get some snaps right away.
And just a quick random fact, did not play organized football until his senior year of high school, which is interesting. So young.
I don't get this pick. He's more athlete. You can see it's his athletic traits that show up on tape, not really his skill. Still raw, as you said, only played since senior year at high school. But they have Eric Reed, and they drafted Ward last year, and they're playing Ward at safety and playing Eric Reed at strong safety. And the deviation between those two is a lot different now, but I don't know why they would make this pick, unless they're looking for their own Cam Chancellor, but yeah.
And Philly's obvious pick is in. I mean, the joke is maybe they go with another Pac-12 player here because Chip Kelly loves Pac-12 guys, especially from Oregon, but just Pac-12
It's funny
guys.
that you said that. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen the pick yet, but it's a Pac-12 guy.
Jake Fisher?
Nope.
Jake
Strong.
Still following. Let's find out.
To announce the Philadelphia Eagles selection, please welcome from the University of
What I missed?
selected
Eagles
in the
about to
4th
pick.
round in the
Who did San Francisco take?
San
Tartt.
Francisco took Tartt.
and Congressman John Herndon.
Eric Rowe?
was the 47th pick in the 2015 NFL Draft. Philadelphia Eagles select Eric Rowe.
Jalen Strong.
Oh, what a good selection.
2 wide receiver. Jordan Matthews last year. Jalen. Oh, Eric Rowe.
Eric Rowe.
Eric Rowe. My apologies.
The
Should have been
Eagles have
taking
had
30.
a good draft.
Yeah, he should have been taking 30.
I was really. I feel sad now. He could have been in Green Bay.
Yep, and he kind of fits Chip Kelly's blueprint for what he wants on defense. He hits all the check marks on measurables. Super talented, great athlete.
And a Utah Ute.
Yep.
Another question is,
You off the board.
one question has been, do you play him at cornerback or safety? Tyler, starting with you, where do you prefer him at?
I'll play him a lot like you play Malcolm Jenkins. You play him at corner, and if that doesn't quite work out, you can play him at free safety, and he could be the best free safety in the class. Maris Randall. But, they make another good pick. I would have rather made the pick for Rowe or the draft, but this is the stuff on that.
And Nick, what about you? How do you like Eric Rowe?
I think he was my number. He was a first-round pick, or he was a top 30 player for me. I think, especially after he tested so well at the combine, he ended up, coming with a low fours, a 3-cone in the 6'7" range, which for a guy who weighs like 205, 210, and a big corner like that, big defensive back, is really good. It shows the ability to change directions. I was a big fan, and I really thought he would have been the pick at 30 in the situation last night. And I really like this pick, and I think it's a really good pick for Philly. I think he can play either safety or corner, and I think they did really well to get him here.
Philadelphia's draft overall has been impressive.
Yes.
San Diego Chargers pick is in. Tyler, where do you think we're going to see San Diego go?
That'd be really smart to take Jake Fisher right here, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they would be.
That offensive line is quite
But he doesn't really fit their typical mold they go for. They go for the guys on the edge. They go for that big fat guy who can just is that big physical strong punch.
Well, I hear they're moving Fluker inside this year, so.
Okay, so that might make sense then. Maybe take Lyle here.
Yeah.
No, you can't do that.
Please don't let that happen to us.
Seth, what about you?
Lyle just like
I saw the pick already.
Driving him off the ball. Put down Twitter, Seth.
All right.
It's an offensive tackle.
Nope. It's a pick that Tyler's going to be really happy with. I know that.
Yes.
Now, why is he going to be happy?
Because it's not a great player.
Ah.
Something I'd just like to mention.
Is it? I think I just saw it, and it's going to make me really happy that he gets picked.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Just talking about Mario Edwards, going back to that pick, I've just seen a few tweets connecting him to the Raiders. Sal Sinceri, who's a defensive or linebackers coach now in Oakland, was a defensive line coach in Florida State. So he has a connection there. He also worked out with he trained with Exos, who used to employ Oakland's former strength and conditioning coach. So there's a connection there as well. Also, Edwards says that Oakland wants him to play Leo.
What?
Yeah.
That's
I
weird.
could see him playing that Michael Bennett role, and I know Seattle was really. I knew Seattle was really looking into him. Like Seattle had their claws in on Mario Edwards, so that's interesting.
Yeah, he definitely seems to me more like a 5 or 6 technique than a Leo, where you'd expect a more athletic, like a wide 9 type guy. So they're probably gonna have to have him cut a lot of weight, I'd imagine. Interesting.
All right, so the San Diego Chargers have selected Denzel Perryman. The inside linebacker run continues. I mean, Kendricks, McKinney, Anthony was gone round one. Now Perryman off the board. I mean, tell you what, if you're in need of an inside linebacker, you're in trouble soon because board's running dry.
Perryman is just so bad in coverage.
He's so stiff.
All he can do is run downhill and hit people.
Here's the official pick just to make it officially official.
Yeah, in case anyone doesn't believe us.
Yeah.
It would be good to reason not to.
With the 48th in the 2015 draft, San Diego Chargers select Denzel Perryman.
There we go. All right.
There we go.
So Perryman, I mean, if you're hoping that one day he can drop back into coverage, the only coverage he's getting is a data plan. But that's yeah, that's it.
Man, you got Denzel Perryman and Manny Pacquiao. Aren't they basically the same player?
Yeah, well,
yeah.
I hope they play them both on the field at the same time, and I
Just
use
on third down, let them both just.
I use a big slot and a tight end on those linebackers all day long.
Yeah, you split out Marcel Reese on either of those guys, and it's a touchdown for days.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, if you were to go back like 40 years, Denzel Perryman would have been an all-star inside linebacker. But that's not how the NFL's played anymore.
No, they also don't have all-stars. That's the NBA.
Yeah, I mean,
Correct.
in 1995, he'd have been a Pro Bowler, and his 2013 tape was a lot better though, which was weird. Like he was just terrible this past year. Like if you go back to his 2013, he was probably like a second-round pick, and like from what I saw, and he got a lot bigger this year. So I wonder, because I know at his pro day, whatever, he lost about 10 or 15 pounds and was down to like upper 230s. So I don't know if he's going to be, get a little bit more fluid and maybe a better athlete at this point, but I don't like this pick at all.
Yeah, I mean, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just Kansas City's pick is in off, so that'll take some time. So let's continue.
I was just gonna say, we are bashing the pick quite a bit, but you know what he does well, he's good at. He's a thumper, and I somewhat like how he uses his hands to shed blocks at the second level, and he anticipates the snap well, and I think he times his blitzes from the inside well.
Yeah, he does do that really well.
But he's not. I just feel like he's not in today's NFL. He's not exactly what you look for in a linebacker.
Kyle Posey just tweeted out, I graded 93 players this year. Perryman was 91st. Gonna shut it down for the night.
We had to have some Chargers sadness in there.
Yeah.
I like how the Chargers draft is going. I wasn't a big fan of Melvin Gordon, so.
And looking ahead, I mean, this is in the future.
Casey's going to probably make a home run pick right now because they made one in the first round.
And I'll say this just real quick. This is looking far ahead. If Green Bay takes an inside linebacker in round 2, they are making another mistake.
Yeah, there's no value right now.
There's no value left at all.
What if Casey went Brett Hundley right here?
Although maybe Michael Kendricks is available. Who knows? We'll see what happens.
Would you throw 62 at the Eagles for him?
At this point, yes.
I don't think I would, because you got to pay him right away.
Where do we think Kansas City goes? Right here at 49.
It's surprising take Brett Hundley. He's got some of those Donovan McNabb kind of things, and they could put him behind Alex Smith and groom him.
I don't think that Alex Smith's a terrible comp for Brett Hundley either. I mean, we've kind of heard it a lot with Marcus Mariota, but
Jason Campbell was the one that really, I think, suits him up quite a bit.
Jason Campbell's a good one too.
And Nick, where do you think we could see Kansas City go?
like an edge rusher maybe to replace, because Holly's only got, I think, 1 more year left on his deal.
He
Uh,
got D Ford last year though.
yeah, I guess he sucks, but
He really sucks. He's Shane Ray bad.
man, if you could pair Max Williams with Travis Kelce here, that'd be pretty cool.
That's
No.
interesting.
I know.
Kansas
That's too
City
smart,
hates
no.
It hates Kelsey. Kelsey needs love, not Max Williams.
They'll throw all his touchdowns to Max Williams instead of Kelsey.
Yep.
We have to say Kansas City hit the nail on the head with their first-round pick. They had one of the best picks in the first round.
They hit a home run with Marcus Peters. I mean, that's just arguably top 5 talent.
I hope he chokes one of their coaches and gets cut.
Well, he's not going to be able to do that to Andy Reid. I don't think he can lift that much.
Oh.
Do you know who they picked, Seth?
No, I don't.
And then looking ahead, Buffalo, their first pick of the draft is coming up. I mean, their quarterback situation sucks. I mean, is it going to be Bryce Petty?
Here we go. Bryce
Is it going to be
Petty.
Petty time?
I would take Hundley there, but you know.
I don't know how much different Hundley is from like an Alex Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you gain much from him, from getting Hundley, but
You don't have to pay him nearly as much.
that's true.
No. They're really tied into Alex Smith now.
Here we go.
Please welcome from Baylor University.
Man, you could get Dwayne Bowes is
77
his
draft
identical twin in Jalen Strong here.
Jerry Green. With the 49th pick in the 2015 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs.
Wow.
Right up the road, Mitch Morse. Center.
Whoa.
There you go, bud.
Wow.
He's actually going to be really good inside.
The
He was
center was
playing
certainly a
good.
need. I mean, they had Eric Kush listed at the starting
Eric
their depth
Dad
chart.
is going to start wailing on people on Twitter.
Yeah, that. So let's get the thoughts. I mean, Tyler, starting with you.
I talked to Big Duke a lot on Twitter, and he actually is a big fan of Morse inside. And when I put on the tape, I thought he was definitely has the ability. He works better in a phone booth than he does in space. That's what I really look for when I'm looking for those tackle guard or inside lineman transfers, or those guys who are going to move inside. I want to see how they work in a phone booth, and he's shown the ability to move people off the ball, and it kind of gives them a need after they lost Hudson to the Raiders.
Nick, what are your thoughts? How do you like the fit?
I have no idea. Like, I saw he tested well as an athlete, but that's about it. I've never heard of him before, like the combine.
Well, he's a center, and he can't be worse than Eric Kush. And Buffalo's pick is in rather quickly, so I'll wait for that. Seth, what do you think about the pick for Kansas City?
In all honesty, I did not watch film on Mitch Morse. I certainly didn't expect him to go this high, but as Tyler said, Big Duke likes him at guard, and he's a guy I trust more than anyone for offensive line eval. So
Here we go for Buffalo. Is it a quarterback?
Do it, Petty.
Petty.
Man, they already know what bad quarterback play looks like. Might as well get another one in there.
They come into the podium now.
Man, they're about to get Randy here and just destroy with that defensive line.
Come on, Rex Ryan. You haven't destroyed enough quarterbacks' careers. Take one here. Oh, the ovation for...
I can't wait until I see Oak on that board again down the bottom.
the University of Miami, selected by the Bills as his 14th overall pick in the 1982 draft. 2002 Hall of Fame inductee, quarterback Jim Kelly.
He lost 4 straight Super Bowls, huh? 3.
Yeah, I don't think I could say anything negative about him right now.
Yeah, me either.
Losses are a team stat, not a quarterback stat.
Thank everybody all over the world for, especially my NFL family, for all your prayers this last year. Last year at this time I was in the hospital not knowing if I'd be here today. Because of all the prayers and the well wishes and the love I got from my NFL family, thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you.
Oh, hello.
All right, here we go. With the 50th pick in the 2015 NFL Draft, we, the Buffalo Bills, select Ronald Darby, defensive back, Florida State.
All right.
All right.
Really good corner. Ronald Darby talked about a little preach. Oh, so Nick, starting with you, what are your thoughts on this fit for Buffalo?
Do you think we could get Jim Kelly's daughter's on Twitter? No. Darby's an interesting guy. Like, he's one of those guys. He's a fantastic athlete, and he runs really well. But he needs a lot of work with his technique. It was weird. Like, when you went and looked back at the stats, like, he was only thrown at like 65 times this past year. We were attacking P.J. Williams a lot more than him. I like, and it was weird. You watch, the film of Darby. He's just a guy, like, he opens his hips up really early. He's just so susceptible to the inside route. I like him in that second, third round range. I prefer PJ over him.
Tyler, what about you?
He kind of reminds me of Josh Wilson, who was last time. He's kind of that scrappy, athletic corner, but yeah, he opens his hips way too early, as Nick said, and he just he got a lot of help. Those safeties, Jalen Ramsey and Andrews at FSU, helped those cornerbacks out a lot, and especially on Darby's side, they played the boundary where they kind of left PJ to just live on an island. So I like PJ's ability more as well. Also, Darby has some really stuffed up things off the field.
Yeah, he's got really poor ball skills too. He has no idea where that football is.
Mississippi, the 22nd overall pick of the 1981 draft by the Cleveland Browns. Defensive back, Hanford Dixon.
With the 51st pick in the 2015 draft, the Cleveland Browns select Nate Orchard, linebacker.
Ew.
Another one of my favorite players.
Let's talk about it. Nate Orchard. Seth, what are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, I think I'm gonna like him more than most people, being a Utah fan.
Utah's.
He's productive. I think he could be a good pass rusher in the NFL. I think we saw in the bowl game he kind of ate in that game. He just kind of wins, That's something that I liked about Trevor Riley last year, and it's my Utah colored glasses probably, but they kind of just win, and I like him more than most. I know that for sure.
Tyler, what are your thoughts on this pick? Tyler stepped away. All right, Nick, what do you think about Orchard?
I'm just happy he went before the Packers picked at 62 because I don't like him at all. It's funny, like, he's a really poor athlete. He can defend the run pretty decent for an edge guy. He plays a good strength, but he's a poor athlete, and it shows. It's readily available. You can see it on tape right away. He's an effort rusher. I had a 4th-round grade on him. I was not a fan. He was a guy I was just hoping the Packers didn't take.
Yeah, well, Miami's picking us in, and I think we're in a bit of rapid fire mode, so we're going to go right to that because this is escalating. Good job, NFL. You're actually picking up the pace. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, no more commercials.
Yeah, they needed to after spending 30 minutes per pick on the first 10.
With the 52nd pick in the NFL 2015 draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jordan Phillips.
There we go. Jordan Phillips. I mean, there's a big concern with his back if that's cleared medically, but if it is, man, you're putting him on this defensive line.
Yeah, you playing him like if he's healthy, if he was an interesting guy. Like I feel like this is where he should have gone. Honestly, like he was a guy I was earlier on in the process. I was a huge fan of because we were told that he was this special athlete at 330 pounds, and he turned out to be really average. And his tape isn't very good either. But once you get to his back injuries, and if that kind of persists, but I think this is about where he belongs. And if he turns out, like, you get that defensive line with Cameron Wake, Sue, and Phillips, turns out, man.
And what about you, Seth? Or Tyler, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, guys. I just had to pop out for a bit. Yeah, he's got really bad, a bad back, and his motor is really bad at times, but I really liked his ability in some games. I thought he just controlled the point of attack to get really well. And I just said on the Terrence Knighton on the comp, and I can kind of see that he's not really and similar in the ways that Knighton could probably get upfield a lot better, but if he turns out like Nick was saying, I think he would be a really good pick.
Yeah, I mean,
go ahead.
Like with Phillips is like, people like have said whatever, he can do a backflip at 330 pounds. That's pretty insane.
Yeah.
But like you would have thought like he would have tested a lot better for a guy who can do those types of things.
Well, see, teams have different workouts where they've got them doing power squats and show other athletic traits that we kind of miss out on. So there's also that.
And Cincinnati Bengals pick is in. I think we'll be waiting while NFL is on one of their great commercial breaks. So, I mean, let's talk about it. Where could the Bengals go with this pick, starting with you, Seth?
I still continue to wait for Randy Gregory and Omogbé Odighizuwa to come off the board. There must be some serious concern with teams if 2 excellent players like that haven't been taken. I mean, it's almost one of those things, like, I feel like if Owa's not taken in this round, I wonder if we see him drop to, like, the 6th or something, because he's just so talented that there must be some red flags there. Has Cincy gotten anyone to replace, like, Hawkins after he left, or?
No.
No.
Because, I mean, Justin Hardy is good value here, I think could just drop right in and make an impact.
The thing with Hardy, I don't think the NFL likes him as much as some of us do. Like, I was a huge Hardy fan. He was a top 35 player for me. But, I mean, he just, like, he didn't run well.
Really well either.
Yeah. But I think, like, a Tyler Lockett here wouldn't be surprising. Jalen Strong's still on the board.
Oh, yeah.
So I think he would be...
Oh, no, they got Cedric Abui in this. Jake Fisher's still there, too, so there must be something really wrong with his knee or ankle.
Yeah. Do you guys remember what it was that was hurt that he missed time with last year?
I'll check right now.
They could go defensive line as well. They've kind of all the Carl Davis is still there, isn't he?
Carl Davis is
there.
He'd be an interesting pick he'd be an interesting pick to put next to Atkins.
And Jim Kelly and being reviewed right now. And upcoming picks right now, I mean, we got Detroit, who pretty solid draft so far. They added Lake and Tomlinson. They added depth the offensive line. What are some options for them at 54?
Did they add a running back in free agency?
No.
Duke Johnson would make a lot of sense there. They could also go wide receiver. I know they were looking to move up for Watkins last year. So maybe they see a receiver there that they can add to their roster. Diggy Zua would be great there too. Just add him into that mix. They could just play all over. They do need to put. Carl Davis also fits in Detroit actually as well.
And we do have one trade. Arizona has traded back with the Baltimore Ravens.
Okay. Incoming Max? I know their owner said he wanted a new tight end.
Yeah. And they said it would be around day 2, so we'll see. Maybe it is Max Williams. When you jump ahead of Pittsburgh, who Pittsburgh could use, St. Louis could use.
Are they just killing it, except that first round pick? I don't know why they went Perryman there. I would have gone Devin Smith over Perryman any day.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Yeah, so the Bengals pick is in and the Lions pick is in, so let's see who Cincinnati takes.
I'll get Jalen Strong here.
Can Andy Dalton get a wide receiver?
Who the hell is that?
Icky Woods. Icky shots.
NFL draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Jake Fisher, tackle.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow, they're just replacing
Whitworth and David.
Tackles.
I will say they got an offensive tackle. It's a good one.
Yeah.
I mean, you could have done this round 1. I would have approved of that more than what you did. And
yeah, I mean, if you go back and look on it and just say, like, you kind of flip those 2 picks around, I mean, Fisher would have been okay at 21 and then getting, still early at 53, but, I mean, if you can rationalize it that way, it's not a bad pick.
Well, Fisher, great athlete and just someone you can let perfect develop behind Whitworth. Perfect.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of look at the Bengals draft and you say they got a first-round lineman and a later-round lineman. They just didn't really do it in the order that we'd expect if we saw that. But, yeah, Jake Fisher's awesome value here.
Man, and I think he can play all 5 spots, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And probably any scheme, too. I think he can play zone. I think he can play man. He's incredibly versatile.
Yeah, I was a huge fan of his. He was a top 25 player for me.
Oh, yeah.
I think Chandler had him at 13.
He just plays to the whistle, and you gotta love guys like that. I love offensive linemen that just drill guys.
And if you look at Oregon, when he didn't play, that offensive line was just shit. Like, and he comes back, and it's one of the better units in college football.
Yeah. He was the only tackle really putting up a fight against Joey Bosa too.
So now we have Detroit, and their pick is in. Seth, starting with you, what area do you think we could see the Lions go right here? They've upgraded the offensive line. Could they go running back?
I think it's running back.
Michael Bennett would make a ton of sense, or Grady Jarrett would make a ton of sense here.
Carl Davis.
Any of the defensive tackles, but yeah. I think it's running back, though.
Yeah, I think it's running back. Let's find out.
If we get Grady Jarrett in the 3rd round, the Raiders, that will make me feel a lot better than I do now.
From Ohio State University, the 29th overall pick of the 1988 draft by the Lions.
All right, who do you think it's going to be? I think it's going to be the guy who they think is going to play.
They need a Reggie Bush replacement.
Darren Bill is my guess.
With the 54th pick of the 2015 NFL draft, the Detroit Lions. Amir Abdullah.
Amir Abdullah.
Yeah, they
They
got.
got a good pick here.
Yeah.
The leading fumbler in the draft. Just a note.
All right, so Nick, starting with you, what do you think about this pick? How do you like it fit? What can he do for Detroit this year?
Man, I like his fit there. I mean, Joik's that kind of. I mean, they're gonna fumble a lot of footballs there with him and Joik, but I think as an all-around back, like he's gonna be able to catch. He adds that speed, elusive back type that they thought they were having in Reggie Bush for a while, and I mean he just didn't work out there much. And um, I like this fit a lot.
And Tyler, what about you?
Me?
Yeah.
A lot of people were a big fan of him more than I. I feel like he's just that receiving guy for you. I don't think he can like carry your running game if you want him to. I was really high on him coming into the year, but after this year, and I just don't think he can cut it in the NFL as your like primary number one running back. He can cut on a dime, and his acceleration at times is outstanding, but I just don't think he can hold up.
Yeah, I think though, like if you're pairing him with Joik Bell and let Joik get 15 carries a game up, and you're kind of just using him to get 10 carries, almost in a Gio Bernard role, I think that works out pretty well.
Yeah. Well, Joik, or what, he used to be kind of their Amir Abdullah, but now he's kind of put on a bit more weight and he's more of a running back for them.
And as the Ravens pick comes in, the Ravens traded the 58th pick and their 5th rounder, 158th overall, to the Arizona Cardinals for the 55th overall pick. I mean, Baltimore right now pick is in. They have to be going tight end Max Williams,
It's
don't
gotta
they?
be Max.
Yeah. They could go Clive.
See, they moved up to jump Pittsburgh and St. Louis. So, I mean, running back doesn't make sense with Bell and Gurley in St. Louis. I think it's got to be Max to jump those two teams.
They could go Clive Wolford. I'm telling you.
I think it's got to be Max.
I think it's Max, though, too.
The Arizona Cardinals have traded the 55th pick to the Baltimore Ravens. To announce the Baltimore Ravens selection, please welcome from the University of Miami, the 10th overall pick in the 1998 draft, defensive back Wayne Starks.
With the 55th pick in the 2015 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Max Williams, tight end, Minnesota. Gotta know your draft board. There you go, Mike.
Max Williams.
Max Williams.
Because they're starting to.
I mean, for all the talk about what called them arrogant, I mean, there's talent there for sure.
Yeah, I thought he was. I was a lot bigger fan of him than most people. He's a top 25 player for me. I mean, he didn't run as well as we thought he would, but he's a guy like he's good in the open field, and I think he plays more athletic than he tested. And I mean, like I think he's a good pick. Like I think I think he was similar to Travis Kelce coming out, but Kelce might have been a better blocker. But I think that he can improve in that area, and I think this is really good value here.
He's a lot. Kelsey's a lot better athlete too.
And Pittsburgh's pick's already in. I mean, maybe they're hoping for Max Williams. Now I feel the next guy on their board. And one thing with the Baltimore situation, I mean, Dennis Pitta, the hip situation, just again, ugly situation. His career may be over. So, I mean, you had to take a tight end here, and Max Williams could be a good one for Joe Flacco.
I would have loved to see Devin Smith and Flacco. That would have been a great marriage. But,
Yeah, but they were so excited about Perriman.
I could see Arizona taking Eli Harold just to pick later after.
Any predictions for Pittsburgh's pick? And
I'll probably guess Eli Harold here.
After they took Bud?
I forgot about Bud.
Man, they need a cornerback.
They need some cornerbacks, yeah.
PJ
PJ,
Williams would make sense, I think, here.
I think maybe a PJ Williams here.
Yeah, PJ Williams is the top corner on my board left. So
they could go for a wild card like Troy Hill, Steven Nelson, or Gary Peters.
And the Rams pick is also in. It might surprise.
man, the NFL is really lagging. Is NFL Network ahead of NFL Network, or are they all behind?
Oh,
They're all
last I
behind.
checked, they're all behind. Got to get those commercials in.
Got two.
All right, so let's see what's going on. I mean, let's look at pick. I mean, you got Pittsburgh coming up. Their pick is in St. Louis. They added Todd Gurley. Where do they go next?
Bengals were going to take Jordan Phillips, just to let you know, but Dolphins selected him before them.
Interesting.
So, what are we talking about, St. Louis?
Yeah, just where St. Louis could go until we get Pittsburgh's pick in.
Quarterback.
I mean, I think we all kind of expected offensive line at number 10, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe AJ Cann or something. I don't know.
And I just have to say, I love
TJ
this
Clemmings.
tweet from Jason Wilde. A picture of Brian Williams saying he's very proud of his son Max being drafted by the Ravens. All right, come on, NFL Network. Let's speed this thing up.
But ESPN's way behind too.
Yeah.
Jai's still on the board too.
As is Duke and Coleman. And
Man, a lot of big draft guys weren't huge fans of Duke though.
yeah.
I'm a big fan of Duke.
I like
think
Duke as well. He was my number 3 back.
He's
top
my
35.
number 1 back, so
Oh wow.
yeah.
What do you like about him so much?
Raiders in the 3rd.
Yeah, I would love if he fell to the Raiders at the 3rd. I think he can work in power scheme, man scheme. He's great in the passing game. He's got burst, vision. He can beat you every way. He doesn't. I can see why a lot of people don't like him because he doesn't have the flashiness of, say, Gordon with the home runs or the elusive tackle ability of Gurley. But I think he's got a combination of both to make him on par.
So did you say St. Louis is picked?
Yeah, St. Louis pick is also in.
And they're still not even announcing Pittsburgh's.
That is correct.
We need to write a petition where they have a pick. They have a pick selection channel and they have a analyst channel.
I'd be in favor of that.
Yeah, you pay like $5 for the weekend.
Yeah, exactly.
So I just saw the Steelers pick.
So did I.
Well, why don't we just announce it? Let's beat them to it.
Senquez Golson.
Oh.
Oh.
Man, I'm a huge fan of his.
Yeah, same. He got underrated because of his size, but he has all the ability of the other corners. He just doesn't have the size and the flash of the others.
Man, he got the best ball skills of any player in this draft too.
Definitely.
Well, him and probably Holloman, but
Yeah.
I mean, he tested well. He's a really good athlete. And I mean, he was dominant at Ole Miss. But I mean, what he didn't hit 5'9", did he?
No, he's 5'8", I think.
Yeah.
And that really, if he had come in at 5'9", I think he would have been talked about more. But a 5'8" corner just isn't going to get a lot of attention from draftniks and big draft.
A lot of emphasis on size in the NFL. A lot.
Yeah. Jalen Strong just sitting out there still too.
Man, he'd probably be good in St. Louis.
Yeah, he fits them. He's kind of like Kenny Britt.
And here comes.
Look at this jerk off wearing a cowboy hat with reading glasses like that.
That's Mel Blunt for you.
University, selected in the third round of the 1970 draft by the Steelers, Hall of Famer, defensive back Mel Blunt.
Thank you. Okay, here we go, Steeler Nation. With the 56th pick in the 2015 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Sinquez Golson, defensive back, Mississippi.
NFL's Twitter is working faster than their network.
We talked about Golson now. Let's go on to St. Louis. I mean, offensive tackle mention has been a need that they ignored in round one. They went with Gurley. Maybe they go deep earth. A lot of options.
I would just love Leal to get through all of his things, land right here, and him and Robinson on the left side of that offensive line.
Oh man, that would be insane.
Maybe
you
TJ
just run left every game, and they know you're going to run left, and you just take them off the ball.
Man, with a Gurley back there, just running behind Robinson and Collins.
Yeah.
Jesus.
It's too smart. It's too smart to happen, really.
That's what we got.
I didn't know Golson was a Red Sox prospect.
Neither did I.
Oh.
He's what?
He Boston Red
He's
Sox
a Red
prospect
Sox
at one point.
yeah, he's a Boston Red Sox prospect.
Huh.
I'm sure he had a better career than Shaq Thompson.
Yeah. Look, he can play man in zone. He comes off his man so well when he's in zone.
Yeah, I mean, if he was 5'11", I thought he was a first-round pick.
Yeah.
And just so one thing that I keep coming back to it after a while, Randy Gregory, Diggy's still on the board. How bad are these red flags that the teams are having? I mean, because there's great value here.
Mitch Morse went, so we got to be pretty bad.
A second-round draft pick in 2003 by the Rams, linebacker Bisa Tino Isamora.
I mean, you get to a point now, like, what's the difference between, the risk and the reward here? I mean, you don't hit here, but you could potentially get one of the 10 or 15 best players in the draft.
In the 2015 NFL Draft, we, the St. Louis Rams, select Robert Hagenstein, tackle, Wisconsin. Had to be an offensive lineman.
Okay.
Offensive line. What thoughts on Havenstein?
I think that
He's sloppy as hell.
yeah, I mean, he's a right tackle for sure, but I mean, I think he gives you what you want. I mean, in my opinion, I don't think he's like super flashy or anything, but I think he kind of just shows up and gets the job done. And I mean, I understand the pick here.
Yeah, totally. He's just a mauler who just does his job, and he's not going to wow you with many plays, but he just is always doing the right thing, really.
Yeah, like, I don't think he's much of a pass blocker, but at right tackle, if you just want a mauler, someone who you can run the ball with Gurley, with Robinson on the left side and Havenstein on the right side. I mean, I think they made their intentions fairly clear at this point. They're just going to run the football and let Jeff Fisher win 7 games
And keep his job.
Right.
Also, Todd Gurley's fantasy stock continues to go up.
Imagine how much it would have gone up with La'el Collins.
Oh man.
It would have just been so good. I wonder, do you guys think he will be selected?
Today, no.
Then he'll enter next year and probably be undrafted.
I think that I read the rap sheet said that the NFL would not allow him to enter next year's draft. He would become a free agent.
Which is interesting. All right, so we got Arizona on clock. Nick, where do you think we could see the Cardinals go here after going offensive tackle in round 1?
Give him Jalen. And maybe Oa here?
The Arizona Cardinals selection. Please welcome from North Carolina State University, selected in the 3rd round in 2001 by the Cardinals, defensive back Adrian Wilson.
Yeah, he is so good.
Thank you. With the 58 in the 2015 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Marcus Gold, linebacker, Missouri.
Wow.
Yuck.
Wow. That's really surprising.
So, all right, let's hear it. Reactions first, starting with you, Nick.
Man, he was like a 4th, 5th rounder for me. He's kind of like he's another one of those. He's like a poor man. He's small. He's a really poor athlete. I mean, but he's a high effort guy. This doesn't make any sense to me. Like we keep going back to Gregory, those types of man. It's just got to be as bad as you could ever imagine.
With Golden, the thing with those edge rushers at Missouri is the talent is really inside. They've got a number 90 called Harold Brantley that I've really talked up for next year's draft, and they just allow so much. They allow those edge players to just go one-on-one with guys pretty much, and yeah, as Nick was saying, he's just a high-effort guy, high-motor guy. And that's it. He shows good hands, but he's not a great athlete. He's not firing off the ball. He doesn't have anything well to his game. He just does everything solidly and cleans up, really.
So Broncos pick. Who could they be? Real quickly.
The Broncos selection
Bryce Petty.
from the University of Minnesota, a 4th round pick in the 1960s.
And I just saw Dallas's pick.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw Dallas's pick too. Yeah.
Man, of all teams to get, with Byron Jones and God damn it.
My Denver
Okay.
and my family back in Holland, Ohio.
Randy Gregory is
I'm fighting leukemia. And my family, the Denver Broncos, and my family back in Holland, Ohio, I'd just like to say thank you for being in my corner.
They're going to be a pick or not?
I don't know. I wish Twitter would just say so that we could get on with it.
With the 59th in the 2015 NFL Draft, our Denver Broncos select Ty Sambrailo.
Oh,
All right.
get that right tackle.
okay. First notes here. I'll just jump in on this. I'm gonna put Carlisle Mack against Tyson Brello every goddamn play. That guy has no functional strength at all. He's a great guy apparently, and some of the friends on Draft Twitter have interviewed him and stuff like that, but he just has no functional strength at all, and I just don't see how he's going to hold up. And he has good technique and good feet, but if you don't have the strength or the length there, I just don't know how you can win.
And just real quickly, Tampa Bay Buccaneers have traded up with the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah, and Denver's also picked. Dallas has already picked as well.
Yeah, Dallas. I mean, they debated between Byron Jones and Randy Gregory in round 1. They took Byron Jones, and now they get Randy Gregory.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much a home run, I think.
Yeah.
I think Dallas fans would have been stoked with him in the first round, and here it's just insane value.
I don't want to give them credit because it just seems like obvious picks, but they did it. They did it.
And let's just make it official.
So what do you guys think about the Denver pick of Tyson Brella? You guys fans?
I actually like Sombrello more than most people, I think. I like his feet. He's light and he's active. You know, he's wiry framed and stuff, but I think he mirrors well enough to get in the way at least. I mean, I had a second round grade on him, so I don't hate the pick, I guess.
Yeah, I had a late second on him. I think he had a decent punch, but like you said, like in his legs, he was a bit weak. I actually comped him, and I think it was a pretty good one to David Bakhtiari with the Packers.
Yeah.
He might be better off as a guard in the NFL, but I think he could be a decent tackle. But I mean, and I was a lot bigger fan until that Nate Orchard game, like in the bowl game. Nate Orchard just worked him, and I'm not a big Nate Orchard fan, so that was concerning for me.
And Tyler, your thoughts on Gregory?
Oh, Dallas have kind of won the draft for me right now. They've made 2 great picks. They've filled 2 needs, and really they're making the moves to make their team playoff team, and obviously go further in the playoffs. Randy Gregory gives them great value. He was my number 2 edge rusher. And I really believe that he's just going to be angry now and play with a chip on his shoulder.
So now,
Yeah.
go ahead.
I just think Dallas. I mean, I think they nabbed a guy who was kind of born to play edge rusher. He didn't test great at the combine. Well, actually, looking at Spiderweb, I guess he did test pretty well at the combine. But I mean, he's just kind of a freak when he's on the field. He's so much stronger than like his size would lead you to believe, and he's kind of a freak. I mean, he's a great athlete, and he's got a huge chip on his shoulder now, and I think Dallas is going to look like geniuses for this pick.
Is Dallas going to try to get Aaron Hernandez now too? Because their locker room is pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's going to be Frank Clark. Frank Clark, then Aaron Hernandez. All right, so we do have Tampa Bay traded up. Whether they want to get someone at Green Bay, they think Green Bay or Seattle's targeting. Tampa Bay's moved up here. Who could the Bucks be targeting now?
Just
All
add
awesome.
Jalen Strong.
Ola, maybe?
Yeah, I mean that'd probably be pretty good.
Yeah, great value.
Yeah.
TJ
I mean, yeah, I think Ola's name's just going to keep coming up until he's picked.
Yeah, right. Like we finally got Randy Gregory off the board, so we don't have to talk about him every pick.
Yeah.
Bryce Petty's still there for Green Bay.
I don't know. I'm sitting over here panicking to see what the hell the Packers are gonna do.
Yeah, my mind has shifted to.
Tampa Bay could select the next Levante David and Paul Dawson.
Is Levante David without any athleticism?
Huh.
So, Randy Gregory, I'm happy for him. And Dallas, credit them for taking a chance on him, and hopefully getting him help so he can be the great player that he's set up to be.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I think like someone said, "Oh, it's a wasted pick." You got him at 60. Like he's at worst is one of the top 10, 15 picks in the draft. If it doesn't work, oh well.
The Deadspin just did a whole article on how Amari Cooper wasn't happy to be a Raider, and then the Raiders' Twitter account just trolled the hell out of him.
Yeah, I saw that. I loved that. And Rap Sheet even tweeted that's exactly what Cooper wanted to go to Oakland.
Yeah.
Matt and I talked about this before, but if the Packers take Bryce Petty, I'm logging off.
Yeah, he's logging off. I will go on a.
Come on, we want that reaction.
I will go on a rant. I'm gonna mute everyone. I'm just.
Yeah, I might need a new television.
All right, Tampa Bay's Buccaneers pick is in. Oh man.
I can't help but look over at Oakland getting closer and knowing Trey Jackson's still on the board and
All
that
right, we
they
know
love him.
Tampa
Oh,
Bay's
please
picking.
no.
And Buck's pick is, oh boy, that's an interesting one. Ali Marpet to Tampa Bay.
Good pick.
Continuing
I
to
wish
help
they should have taken Trey Jackson for all of us.
Yes, please.
All right, so let's talk about Marpet. What do you guys like about him? Starting with you, Seth.
He dominated his level of competition. I mean, I have to say big props to Phil Savage for finding this guy in Division III and introducing us all to him at the Senior Bowl, because he has bursted onto the scene and his film is spotless and he tested phenomenally. He really did everything that you can ask for a small school guy to do. His skills look like they're immediately translatable. I expect him to play guard. He played tackle at Hobart. But, yeah, I mean, I think this is a great pick for Tampa.
I just love they're helping out Jameis Winston, getting enough help around him, get that offense. Vincent Jackson, Mike Evans, Austin Safarian Jenkins, get ready. Nick has his drink ready for Green Bay's pick.
Man, just not Paul Dawson.
Really, you'd prefer Bryce Petty?
Let's not go there.
All right, let it be Owa. Let it be Owa, please. That would.
I'd be happy if it was Trey Jackson.
No.
Yeah, please take Trey Jackson, because you guys have the same stuff. We learnt off you, so just take Trey Jackson for all of us.
That's true. That's true.
All right, now the nerves are kicking in. That's fine.
You guys have to hit a home run tonight. I mean, to make up for last night.
Yeah, I mean, also, I've talked to Nick about this. As much as people are saying, some of the good things about Randall, I mean, some have said Earl Thomas, some said Tyrann Matthew. I mean, really, he was a third, fourth round player.
I can't believe Grady Jarrett and Michael Bennett are still on the field.
Or Carl Davis, even.
Or Carl Davis. Those guys are one-gap penetrators, and they can really do damage, and they're just not going off. I know Carl Davis had some things with injuries, and a lot of Iowa coaches said his effort wasn't great, but he's still a good player and showed up at Senior Bowl.
Yep.
Seattle's going to get Grady Jarrett, aren't they? And they're just going to show everyone they were stupid.
Yeah. I mean, this is the point where we get to the smart teams make smart picks.
Oh, New England will also... no, they got Brown. They got easily.
I could see New England taking, like, Eli Harold, though. I have a first-round grade on Eli Harold.
TJ Clemmings is still sitting there.
TJ Clemmings is still sitting there. If Oakland takes Trey Jackson over TJ Clemmings, I might log off.
If we take Trey Jackson in the third round, I'll log off.
So, yeah, for everyone watching, if these picks are Paul Dawson / Bryce Petty, followed by Trey Jackson at Oakland, the show will effectively be over, as no analyst will be on air.
I'm just going to click end. That's basically what's going to happen. I'm going to click end. You're going to see a black screen. And Green Bay is picked because Ethan's saying Patriots are now up.
Owa Magbe Odigizua. Do it. Prosper.
Man, they've got to be up to, like, Tennessee or something by now. These picks are taking forever.
Yeah.
I just tweeted at Ethan to please just tell me who Green Bay picked because I can't handle this.
This is where Seattle just takes Diggy, don't they?
Yeah, they're going
I
to
think
take
so.
him and just troll the NFL.
Let him sit behind Bennett for a year and then multiple All-Pros.
I hate sports.
I feel you sometimes.
All right, Nick, what would be your favorite pick?
I think you guys might.
Would it make up for the first rounder?
More than yes, he was my number 14 player.
First pick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. With the 61st pick in the 2015 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Ali Marpet, tackle, Hobart.
All right, we knew that one. So,
I think it may be Owa to GB.
Why?
Just,
Did you see something?
I don't know if I can put it on, but
You have the chance to cheer us all up if it's true.
we will see.
Oh, come on now.
if it's Owa, you guys definitely made up for yesterday.
Donald Driver, please.
Oh man, please do not. Please do not.
Is this what a heart attack feels like? Like
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
No.
what?
Oh, no.
Please tell me it's Trey Jackson.
Ty Dunn, what are you doing to me?
From Alcorn State University, a 7th
All right, I'm just going to watch the pick live.
Is it bad?
wide receiver.
I don't know what Ty Dunn said. It's not Oa, based on what Ty said.
Oh, so we don't know.
It's not Owa.
Green Bay Packers, go pack, go. Tonight, Quentin Rose, defensive
Wow,
University of Miami, Ohio.
It's not Owa, but it definitely could be worse.
Quentin Rollins.
I mean,
He's not 5'11".
another corner, which it's a little bit odd, but corners.
Man, he's a safety.
Yeah, it seems like
Who did you take?
Quentin Rollins.
Oh,
This is
what
odd.
was Green Bay up to?
It seems like Green Bay is taking safeties that they want to play corner. I don't know.
They just want all the hybrid like safety corner players they can get, really. Huh?
All right, I mean, what are the positives, Quentin Rollins? What can he do? Impact year one.
Did not get that pick. He's
He's
the size you guys like, though, right?
5'11".
Did he come in at 5'11"?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's 5'11".
So I guess I'll read Ian's take on him, I guess,
Okay.
since we haven't talked about him. Despite being a one-year football player for Miami, Rollins looks like one of the better cornerbacks in the country due to his natural athleticism and ability to play the ball well. He mirrors receivers impressively well, which allows him to challenge at the catch point on a variety of routes. His upper body strength may need to improve, and his hand usage certainly needs work if he's going to be a press cornerback. He was shoved out of the way when players press, which indicate that there's an area of major growth potential. He turns and runs well with receivers when lining up over the receiver. His hip fluidity and body control are highly impressive. He actually beat the receiver on their routes multiple times, reaching the catch point as if he were the offensive player. For someone with such little live reps, he's an advanced player as far as instincts and anticipation. He has not been an instant starter for most teams in year one, but he has significant upside as he learns the nuances of the game and improves technique. Graded him as a second-round value.
Let's
And here's Seattle's pick.
Let's see Seattle takes.
Whoa.
The Seattle guys are like, no.
Oh boy,
Oh wow.
Wow.
Amon Claiborne, eh?
I mean,
Is it
Frank
Amon
Clark.
Claiborne?
It's Frank Clark.
we know about the red flags for sure. I mean, but what about the player? Nick,
He
what do you
is
think
a
about the player?
horrible person.
Who?
Frank Clark.
Frank Clark. He is a horrible person.
I don't know. I'm trying to collect myself right now. Frank Clark, he's a good athlete, but he doesn't finish. He can't really, like, he's kind of, I don't know, like, I graded him out as a football player. I thought he was a third-round pick, but he's just a pile of shit human being. Like, I don't really want to, like, if Seattle was going to take one of the idiots I thought had been, Green Beckham, they'd have gone up and got him, but obviously they're not overly concerned.
No.
Yeah, Frank Clark belongs in jail.
I'm trying to resist the urge to just go, but I don't know why Frank Clark's allowed to play football ever, but obviously Seattle doesn't care. Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, we've all made it clear on Frank Clark. Let's just move on from that. Let's talk about New England's pick, whoever that is.
From the University of Michigan, a first-round pick in the 1995 draft by the Patriots, defensive back, Ty Law.
Michael Bennett could go here.
With the 64th pick of the 2015 draft, the Super Bowl 49 champion, New England Patriots select Jordan Richards.
What's the Jordan Richard?
Wow. They got a really good safety. That's a good pick. He was one of my sleepers.
So let's start with you, Tyler. What your sleeper? What do you like about him?
I think he flies to the ball. I love those safeties that are missiles. They see, they read, and they react. He tested quite well athletically. If you follow Jim Coburn, he'll drop you his metrics. He grades out as a starter. Yeah, he's just one of those guys that flies to the ball, and I love those types of safeties. So, yeah, big fan.
I have no idea who he is.
I briefly watched him. In what I saw, I think I probably watched one game on him, and I didn't write a scouting report on him. From what I saw, he does a lot of stuff well. I mean, I don't think I saw enough of him to put him in the second round, though.
No, neither.
Yeah.
I gave him a 4th round grade, so
Okay, yeah.
big fan, but I didn't see the talent to take him this high.
And where does he play in that New England secondary his first year?
That's a good question,
He's gonna
too.
go pass rusher here.
The Colts, you think, are going to go pass rusher, Tyler?
Yeah, Eli Harold, I think.
It's about time. I mean, I have a first-round grade on him.
They could go Diggy as well.
I
You're
really hope
expecting
Oakland takes
smart
Diggy.
picks from Ryan Grigson.
Oh, Trey Jackson. Please be Trey Jackson.
We're gonna take Trey Jackson, Seth, live with it.
I don't want to.
You keep suggesting him to
Just
everyone.
accept
It's
it in
gonna
your
happen.
life, and then it will make it easier to deal with.
Just accept it, and then, yeah, you're right.
You can just get Quentin Spain 2 rounds later, and he's just as good as he's better than Trey Jackson.
Well, and then AJ Can's still on the board, too. I don't know why you'd take Jackson over Can.
Exactly.
And just one real quick note of no inside linebacker available. Rob Dumovsky threw out the idea of Sean Richardson potentially playing an inside linebacker.
Oh, wow.
Whoa. Interesting.
I know the Raiders were going after him.
Yes, they were. And Green Bay paid a pretty heavy penny to keep him.
Yeah, you guys drafted all these safeties. You didn't let us keep him. That was pretty messed up.
It's an odd thing. I mean, they see something.
Thompson.
Just don't buy any rumors you hear ever again about Green Bay. Pointless.
Yeah.
All right, come
Man,
on.
there's some talent on the board for Oakland. If they pass on that talent, I'm so bummed.
We're
I
gonna
mean,
pass on it. Just live with it, Seth.
I got to, I guess. Just accept it, and whatever comes, comes, I guess.
G's gonna
what's
be fine
what's the
next
worst
year, and
case
we're gonna
scenario
get
for Oakland?
better G.
Trey Jackson.
Trey Jackson. Draft Bites, NFL Draft Bites was the one to drop that, wasn't he?
I've seen it several places. Bill Williamson, I think, mentioned it, as did,
Yeah, he also said we were going to take Eric Rowe, though, so I don't really believe his opinion.
that's true.
To announce the Indianapolis Colts selection, please welcome.
Does Roger Goodell leave after this? I mean, you don't have to hear his voice
the
anymore.
fourth pick in the 1986
I
draft
don't know.
by the Colts. Wide receiver Bill Brooks. With the 65th pick, the 2015 NFL Draft, Indianapolis Colts select DeJohn Smith, defensive back.
Oh,
We got to run on defensive backs.
Yeah, small school defensive backs.
Yeah. All right, so let's talk about John Smith. Seth, starting with you, how do you feel about him?
He's, again, I didn't watch much of him, a small school guy, but I know that there's some guys that really like him, and he's been in the discussion with Rollins and stuff, so, I mean, it's not a real surprise to see him there. I mean, I don't really know much about his strengths and weaknesses, because, like I said, I didn't watch a ton of him, but I think Ian liked him a lot.
What does Ian have on the scouting guide?
Let me check.
And while we wait, Tyler, what are your thoughts on John Smith?
he's real handsy. He's got good hips. He runs with the receiver. You obviously question his small skill. But yeah, that he kind of suits kind of Vontae Davis kind of style, I guess. But this is where it gets to the point of the draft where your cornerbacks have grades, and it's like a 0.1 differential in their grades. So it'll be interesting to see where the rest of the cornerbacks line up after this.
And Tennessee Titans on the clock. And one thing we're seeing, Paul Dawson continues to slide.
Man, I don't think he's gonna get drafted today.
Does
That was
anyone have
like-
to eat a tweet?
I did a whole bunch of research on it because everyone said, oh, he's gonna go first, second round, but I just did quick research on it over the last, it was 6 or 7 years. I only went back 6, 7 years because I was too lazy to go any further. But only one linebacker in the past, I think it was 6 years, who ran 4.85 plus at the combine went prior to day 3. And that was Brandon Spikes, but he did that at 250 plus pounds.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you're looking specifically at that, I'm really not all that surprised that, he will go before, third round at best.
Well, he shows the instincts, but as many people have shown on tape, on draft Twitter and all that, is that he just can't reach the contact point running sideline to sideline. He just gets beat on angles constantly, and he's a lot like Perriman. If you're gonna, I would just attack that guy a lot with screen game and post outs, because he just doesn't have the movement skills, but he does have instincts, and I can see why, because he has a lot of flash plays, but that's about it.
Tennessee, interesting draft so far. Let's see what they do here. And by the way, we do have a note on Jalen Strong from Ian Rappaport. Blowing off combine medical rechecks, frustrated teams So yeah,
Interesting.
it's the
All right,
risk.
I gotta get going for a little bit. I gotta go take my dog out and do some things. So I'll probably be
Alright.
back a little bit later.
Adios.
Cool, man.
All right,
See
see
ya.
ya.
And one thing we just have to think about. I mean, it's a few picks away, but man, for Oakland, for New York Jets, for Chicago, some of these guys available. It's just ridiculous.
Exactly.
The Tennessee Titans select
The Titans.
Wow.
Troy Vincent.
Wow.
Even as a Utah fan, that pick surprises me.
They're just going all offense, huh?
I guess so.
Seth, you're a Utah guy. Why don't you tell us about Putasi?
I mean, he's probably projects as a guard. So I'm not really sure where they want to go, where they want to put him right away if he's going to be in there. But you know, he paved the way for Booker. I mean, he made Booker a third round prospect. I think he would have been in this draft. That's not saying Booker's not good, but I think that Putasi, definitely helped him. I think he's a good player, but I don't think he warrants a top of the third round raid.
And we'll jump real quick because Jacksonville is instant with their pick.
The Jacksonville Jaguars select 18 guard, South Carolina.
And
AJ
so
Cann.
they took Can right before Oakland possibly would have taken Can. I don't know. Now,
Please not Trey Jackson, please.
I think Can's probably better guard than Putasi.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I don't know.
TJ, he'll be blocking for TJ Yeldon, so there's that.
I'd go TJ Clemmings over Trey Jackson any day right
Yeah, please, please. I mean, yeah, for sure.
now. And even Lael Collins, I'd take him here. I don't
Oh.
care about all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
From what I've heard and the research I did on him, he's a really good guy off the field. I know they had that weight room thing with bloody Les Miles with his name on it, but apparently he just took it to another level and was really he was captain. I'm pretty sure he was team captain and everything.
yeah, I don't think that I think that was the thing with Les Miles was probably more of a
We didn't select Trey Seth.
I saw that. I just saw the pick.
All right, so who did Oakland take? Let's get to it.
Clive
Miami tight end
Walford.
Clive Walford.
Oh, Clive.
Yeah.
Now Derek Carr.
Yeah, really helping Derek Carr.
All right,
Yeah.
so Chad, let's start with you. Oakland Raiders, how you feeling about this pick? Better than the first two?
Definitely, he's savvy. Kind of would have liked Jeff Hyman later in the draft, but Clive is I had a second round grade on him. He's a real savvy receiver. He can block. He's got everything you really want in a tight end. I think he's really going to produce this year. If you're smart enough, I wouldn't mind wasting a fantasy pick on him.
Yeah, Clive Walford's, he's really talented. He's a good athlete and he's well-rounded. Just the thing with him is that, there were all these rumors about him, like, I don't know, his character and stuff about him. I can't remember who said it, but someone said that a tight end coach was saying that, it felt like he was doing teams a favor even talking to them.
Yeah.
And, he kind of gave off a negative vibe to a lot of teams, which is surprising to me. If that's true, I don't think that Reggie McKenzie would really be turned on by that. But I guess that could have been a rumor that was leaked by Oakland so that he would drop to them in the third too. But yeah, I mean he's really talented. But I mean if those rumors are true, it's a little bit scary.
And by the way, we do have a trade. Seahawks have traded up over the Bears and Jets. They're at the number 69th pick now.
Now they're going to take Oa and rock the world here.
Or they're going to take Aaron Hernandez. We'll see. They're going to post his bail. They're going to petition for him to play this season. So who could Seattle? I mean, does Seattle have to be targeting Diggy here? Just top player available. I mean, yeah.
You know, at this point, I feel like
Diggy doesn't go soon. He's gonna go like round 6.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was just about to say. I feel like at this point, Diggy's probably off of a bunch of teams' boards because of medical. That's the only explanation that I can have. He's my number 11 player, and he's Chandler's number 10 player, and we're at pick 69, and he's not off the board yet.
The Redskins and Seahawks swapped thirds, and the Redskins picked up a 4th, 5th, and 6th. So obviously Seattle wants someone right now.
Man.
I could see Seattle going Grady Jarrett here too.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh. I like it. I mean, and just from Washington's perspective, as we wait for this pick, outstanding deal for Washington.
Yeah.
All those picks, that's really this draft for Washington got solid. I see Seth trying to figure out who Seahawks drafted.
Yep.
I've heard it's a nice pick, so I'm waiting for who it is.
Yeah, exactly. It says nice pick, not amazing pick, so I'm guessing it's not Oa, but because O would be an amazing pick.
Oh, it would be it would be a Seattle. Although I can't say it would be a Seattle pick because I just took Frank Clark. What other options are? I mean, if it's not Oa, what are some other good options available? I mean, Jalen Strong possibly.
That makes sense.
Yeah. The Raiders really have made it so that, just going back to the Raiders pick, the Raiders have really made it so that Derek Carr really has no excuse to be bad now, though.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they go running back in the 4th either.
Mm.
What type of running back do you think we could see in the 4th for Oakland?
If Duke is there, oh my God.
Here we go. I think we have Seattle's pick. It's an interesting one. I'm going to confirm it. It's a wide receiver, apparently. According to Seahawks selected Tyler Lockett.
Oh, what a pick.
Wow.
That's a good pick.
Well, let's wait for confirmation. But first, talk about Tyler Lockett, player.
Lockett is locking in from Twitter. Everyone's jumping in on that.
All right. So what do you think about Lockett, Tyler?
He could really he does not have the measurables like at all. He does not have what you look for. But other than that, he has everything you look for when it comes to technique, route running, speed, agility. He has everything. It's just his size that knocks him down. If he was 6'2", he'd be the top pick in the draft, I believe. Just a great player, and Seattle makes a great decision.
With the 68th pick in the 2015 NFL Draft, the Oakland Raiders select 5-1.
So there's the Walford pick. as we
So
expected it.
who made that pick for us?
Napoleon, what was it?
Napoleon Harris.
Yeah, it was Napoleon Harris.
And we have
Oh my
another
God! Do you
trade.
know who we picked him over? Ed Reed.
Of course.
We have another trade.
What's that trade, Matt?
Houston traded up from 82 to 70.
Interesting.
I mean,
Who did that?
could they be going after running back here?
I almost guarantee it's Tevin Coleman. It's got to be Tevin Coleman, I think.
We heard the rumor out there. We're looking at him in round 1. They passed on him in round 2, maybe round 3. They decide now's the time to pull the trigger. All right, let's look at the situation right now. Tyler, starting with you. Who are your top 5 players available?
Diggy, Jalen Strong, Duke Johnson, Grady Jarrett, and Michael Bennett.
And we'll go to the Seattle Seahawks pick real quickly.
Yeah, look at bloody Wolford in the Senior Bowl. Jesus Christ.
There we go. Tyler Lockett. And Seth, with you, who would be your top 5, 10 players available right now?
Taking a look at it. Eli Harold, T.J. Clemmings, P.J. Williams, Grady Jarrett. Let's see. Carl Davis, Jeff Hewerman, Paul Dawson. I know people hate Paul Dawson, but I mean, I think he's a fairly good football player. I think he's a good football player. Not the best athlete, but yeah, those guys.
He's a good football player. I'm a good football player. No.
Yeah, fair enough.
Seriously, I'm 6'1" and I can run faster than Paul Dawson. I don't know what my instincts are like, but
Yeah, he's. So here's the.
Oh, Houston Texans. Ooh. One of the top players available might be going right here.
Yep.
yeah, Texans take Jalen Strong.
So Jalen Strong.
Yeah. Andre
That's
Johnson
perfect.
gone. Jalen Strong comes in.
Perfect. He is a perfect complement to Hopkins.
So what do you like about Strong? What makes him the perfect complement?
I just love how he is competitive at the catch point. Those are the kind of guys you like to see. He doesn't get much separation, and that's not his game, but you can throw it up, and he'll win that ball 70-30.
Seth, what about you? What do you like about Jalen Strong?
Yeah, I mean, Tyler basically hit it. He's great at the catch point, as he said. It seems like if the ball is anywhere near him, he comes down with it. I kind of, as much as people loved him, I kind of didn't like him as a first or even second round pick, just because I've been so concerned with his lack of separation. It seems like he gets to the top of his routes and he just does not separate from the defensive back at all, but he's just so good with the ball around him that he brings it down. So, you know, I've been wary of him, but at this point, the value is too good to pass up. He's so productive. Yeah.
It's like a perfect spot for him, like across from DeAndre Hopkins, who is going to get separation, who is going to attract attention. Like, putting Jalen Strong across from him, it's kind of perfect for that team.
Yeah, for sure. And Chicago's picks in. I don't know if you guys want me to announce it, but
I'll just pop to it.
Seth, what do you think about Grasu?
yeah. I'm a little bit surprised. I kind of thought that he was more of a zone blocking player. I kind of would have expected him to go to a team like Houston, or even go back to Philly or something. He's a good player, and he does have strength. And I'm not saying he's his own player because he lacks strength, which is kind of a thing that gets tossed around. But he just moved so well, laterally. And I thought that would be his best fit, but he's a good player, and I think he does have the versatility. But I think that he could have been a dominant zone blocking center.
And Tyler, what about you? What do you think about Grossu going to the Bears?
I think they are bringing in the zone blocking for Chicago, aren't they?
Oh, they could be. If they are,
Yeah,
then
because with Roman, I'm pretty sure they are looking to go to zone blocking because that's what they also ran in Denver, didn't they?
yeah.
So yeah, I guess they get that center point where they can start building out from him. Yeah, he's the best zone blocking center in the draft, in my opinion, easily. Is this the pick being made right now?
Yeah.
And we now have Chandler with us to talk about the Grossu pick. Chandler, how you feeling about Grossu to Chicago?
Grossu to Chicago. I mean, that's not the pick I came on to discuss, but yeah, that's a decent pick if they need help with their interior line. I think I had Grossu as a 4th round grade, but it's not a horrible pick. I've seen worse.
And now we do have to get your thoughts on the Oakland pick.
That's what I'm here for. It took me by surprise. I wasn't expecting a tight end. Nevertheless, I'm happy with the value. I had a 2nd round grade on Clive Walford. He wasn't far.
Sorry, we didn't take Dre Jackson.
Okay, yeah, not yet. 4th round, here we go. Yeah, no, I'm happy with it. He's a big, strong target. For Carr, he was really consistent at Miami. He had a lot of good outings. Good hands in traffic. I'm happy with that pick overall.
I just got a Raiders nugget here from my source. And the Raiders, they graded all 3 as starters. So they graded Mario Edwards as a starter and Wolford as a starter, and they really liked Wolford, and they just took him because they didn't think he would be there.
Huh. But Mario Edwards at Leo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can get behind that.
That doesn't make sense.
Theory, obviously, he knows something that we don't know, because. But you put on his high school tape, and he's a lot different player than he was at FSU.
Yeah. But I mean, I don't want to draft high school players for what they did in high school.
Exactly.
Give me Preston Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's frustrating. Diggy. I mean, is Diggy still available? Because I understand the hip problem.
Yeah, Diggy is still available.
Yeah.
Grady Jarrett is still available. Michael Bennett is still available. Carl Davis is still available.
I had a 4th round grade on Grady Jarrett, and I'm in the minority there, but yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. This draft has been decent, a little bit underwhelming compared to last year, but
yeah, for sure. I feel like I feel like I have to trust Reggie. Like, he's been doing this way longer than me, but the Mario Edwards pick is definitely a head scratcher.
That's the head scratcher for me. Yeah, Walford in the 3rd is decent value. Now we have a good tight end duo. Michael Rivera's on the up and up. We have targets at wide receiver now. All of a sudden we have an explosive offense. But Mario Edwards Jr. at Leo when Preston Smith is available.
Well, Derek Carr has no excuses anymore.
Yeah.
They've given him the weapons. They've given him Amari Cooper. They've given him Crabtree. They've given him Wolford. I hope if Duke Johnson is there in the 4th, Jesus Christ, I would make that pick in a heartbeat. We just have to see how it pans out, but we have to go guard. I was hoping Ali Marpet would fall to us there.
I was too.
And so now we just gotta hope he finds these late round gems like he did last year, because year's draft. I'm just going off the belief from last year's draft that he's found 3 starters again.
Yeah, I mean
yeah. I don't doubt
feel like Edwards will start.
Yeah, Edwards will start, but the question is, how productive can he be? And
Exactly.
how many sacks? He only had. How many sacks did he have at
3
Florida
last
State?
year, I think.
Yeah,
I think he had 8
Yeah.
at Florida State.
Just sip
And
on some soda. Just sip on some soda and put on that Auburn game versus Greg Robinson, and just watch that. Don't watch anything else.
Mario Edwards was dominant that game, and I pointed to that game a lot to justify why I was a little bit lower on Greg Robinson than a lot of people were. Yeah. But to quote Pete Carroll, when asked about the different positions on his defense, he said that the Leo should be the best pass rusher on the team.
Yeah.
Is that what Mario Edwards is giving us?
Well,
No way.
I really don't see it.
Khalil Mack should be playing that position then, shouldn't he?
When in describing both of the positions, he said that the Leo obviously is the weak side defensive end, the edge rusher. He should be the best pass rusher on the team. And then he described Sam, and in describing Sam, he said that the Sam should be strong at the point of attack and able to redirect the flow of traffic back towards the inside. That's exactly what Khalil Mack does really well. He was stout against the run last year. His gap assignment was fantastic. But as far as Mario Edwards and being the best pass rusher on the team, I can't see that happening.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, he's gonna seriously have to cut some weight if he's gonna be quick enough to play 9. Like, you play Leo at 9, and he just does not have the quickness.
No way. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a head scratcher for me, but we'll see.
A note is that Seattle were really high on Mario Edwards. I was talking to Zach Whitman, who's a really good metrics guy, and he was going, yeah, Seattle has done a lot of homework on Mario Edwards, and they want him to drop where they are. So that is something to note. And KC also looked into him, and those are kind of all the same teams that look at the metrics and look at guys like that. So we'll have to see. Hopefully, it's the right pick. There's been a lot of times where people scratch their head on a pick and it's turned out, but
yeah. I feel like Seattle would have looked at him to play 5 technique or 6, but not Leo.
That Michael Bennett role suits him more than Leo.
That's what I was saying on the other hangout.
Yeah, that Michael Bennett 5 technique type thing. But there were a couple of times where Michael Bennett moved over to Leo.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, that's maybe what they think. They can put him Leo, put him at 5 tech, and put him on the edge of the strong side.
Hey, I'm sending y'all a link real quick. This is just the mock draftable of Mario Edwards. And so, I mean, look at his athletic web compared as a defensive end and then compared to a defensive tackle. It's night and day different.
Yeah, and Jamal Anderson comes up on that defensive end, doesn't he?
For defensive tackle, his top 4 are Mike Neal, Sheldon Richardson, Marcus Kuhn, and Lamar Houston.
Yeah, see that Mike Neal, that makes a lot of sense with him being in Green Bay.
And then for defensive end, Ryan Russell, C.J. Wilson, Alex Carrington, Alan Bailey.
Oh.
Interesting.
I don't know. I think I'd rather see him beef up and try to play 3-5 tech than play Leo, but
Exactly.
Yeah, I feel like he could be an athletic 5 technique, but I feel like he'd be a sluggish Leo.
yeah. I don't know. I don't know what we're thinking with that, but
Interesting to see the Sheldon Richardson comp there, but
yeah.
that's
Well, as far if you look at his defensive his athletic web at defensive tackle, I mean, it's pretty darn impressive. Other than his weight, which is, I mean, he's at 280. I'd say he adds 20 pounds. That's a really nice athletic web.
yeah.
I mean, if we're looking at this, 99th percentile in the broad jump, 96th percentile in the 40-yard dash, 96% in the hand size, 72nd in 3-cone. I mean, he has some nice stuff going for him, but he's a miscast as a Leo, and I hope that our coaches can realize it.
Do you guys have the spark numbers for him? I bet his spark numbers would be pretty good.
Let's somebody hit up Zach for him.
He does match up to C.J. Wilson as a defensive end, so
But that's the funny thing is that we have Wilson as like a 5 technique.
Yeah,
Exactly.
And
That's a
Trey
similar
Flowers,
player.
Oliver Vernon, Tank Carradine.
Those are the less strong comparisons as far as like the match, but yeah.
Alan Bailey's there. I've got Zach's whole database saved on my thing, so.
Okay, yeah. Let's see how he stacks up.
Who's picking right now? St. Louis. What have been the picks? We've totally gone off the draft.
St. Louis picked Jerron Brown.
Jerome Brown. Wow.
Jamon Brown, offensive tackle.
So we
Brown.
playing him at guard.
Yeah.
Jamon Brown?
Yeah.
Jamon Brown.
I don't think I've heard of him.
He's
Louisville
a tackle
pick-
guard.
Oh,
from
no. Louisville, okay. I remember him when I watched John Miller. He was the other guy.
Yeah.
Okay. John Miller's still available?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's still sitting there. He's way better than Trey Jackson.
Yeah.
In my thing.
Yeah, no, John Miller was easily over Trey Jackson, and I hope that if he's still available, the Raiders can see through that. That's my opinion. Jay Jai is still available.
Yeah. Those knees apparently really bad.
Is Duke Johnson still available?
Yep.
Duke's still available.
I mean,
No running
Musgrave.
back has been taken today, hasn't
Mus-
it?
I don't
there
think
was-
so.
there was,
Musgrave wants to run the
Yeldon
ball.
was taken.
Oh yeah, Yeldon was
Yeah,
taken.
Yeldon.
I mean, TJ Yeldon was taken almost 30-something picks ago.
Yeah.
Duke
Which
Johnson's
is
available.
ridiculous.
It's a steal. It's a steal.
Yeah, for sure.
I laughed at that Jacksonville pick. I laughed.
Oh man. I mean, I felt bad about the Mario Edwards pick, and then the Jags took
Falcons
TJ
took it.
Yeldon in the second round.
There goes
and made me
Tevin
feel a lot
Coleman.
better. Is he gone? To who?
Yep.
Tevin Coleman just went to Atlanta.
Oh. I'm so sorry, Charles.
I'm waiting for Charles' reaction.
Just refresh Twitter.
I just posted in the chat.
Just to let you guys know, Murray Edwards comes at 34 on the edge as a spark number, and he is a 0.1 sigma athlete.
0.1?
Sorry, 0.01 athlete.
That's really
edge.
wait.
So that's not him as a defensive tackle.
Oh, okay. So it's saying he's a pretty bad athlete at defensive end.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it's saying.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Yeah.
But what's he as a defensive tackle?
They don't have him as the defensive tackle.
Man.
I can ask Zach to do that. I'll ask Zach if
Yeah.
he puts him into the
That'd be nice.
league right down as a tackle.
I can't.
So you're saying that one of the worst athletes at edge is going to play Leo?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
Why?
I don't know.
I mean,
I mean, there are definitely connections with the staff with Sinceri and
yeah.
Gomez or the strength and conditioning coach.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
I mean, Ken Norton Jr. comes over from Seattle with a front that features, sorry, blanking on everybody's name. Bruce Irvin, Michael Bennett, Bobby Wagner is your linebacker. You have some good athletes at defensive tackle, and then you want Mario Edwards to play out wide.
Yeah.
How do you go from Bruce Irvin to say, all right, let's stick Mario Edwards Jr. out there?
Yeah.
I would have taken.
There goes Owa.
Kevin Coleman.
Wow,
Oh boy.
where'd he go?
Yeah.
New York.
Giants.
Wow, that's a good fit.
That's a
You
great.
had to make up for taking Eric Flowers.
I don't know if they could possibly make up for that pick ever.
They just took their first rounder in the third round. That's all. And they
Yeah.
took their third rounder in the first round. That's the only problem.
True.
Mayak's thing says pass rush question mark next to Diggy. Wow.
What?
Wow.
Why does the NFL hate good players?
I don't know.
I mean, if you're scared about his hips, that's understandable. Totally fine. But questions about pass rush? I mean,
No.
watch the USC game. Go put it on. Have some fun. Watch the Virginia game. Watch him convert speed to power. Do it.
Any game.
As
Honestly.
Justice always says, I mean, in the league, you have to be able to either bend the edge and through contact or convert speed to power. And, I mean, watch the USC game and you'll see Odigizua convert speed to power on an offensive tackle who is 6'8", 350.
So the
Kill him.
Giants moved ahead of New Orleans to make that pick. I wonder if New Orleans were targeting him there.
Wow.
New
New Orleans already took Kikaha.
Yeah.
That's a good
that was
point. I
bad.
wonder if New Orleans could have possibly played him at 5 technique, though.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an interesting
I
thought.
think he did a lot better against guards. I didn't like him that much on the edge, but I liked him inside. I thought if he moved inside and made like 5 tech and 3 tech plays in passing situations, 5 tech and 3 tech in passing situations, he would just ruin guards all day.
Yeah, he's dominant. I mean, his comparable webs, like his mock draftable, his outside linebacker one, is just insane.
It's insane.
It's
I mean,
absolutely
two
unhuman.
of his top 3 were Justin Houston and Khalil Mack.
Yeah, and Connor Barwin was on there along with Javon Curse.
Yeah.
Man.
That's insane.
And then his defensive tackle one was insane. His defensive end one was insane.
If Odigizua if he didn't have any hip problems, he should be a top 10 pick in this class.
Easily.
I had him as my number 10 player and on my board, which does not take into account medical or character issues.
Right,
So,
and I had him at 11, yeah.
Yeah.
The only reason I had him as round 2 is because I knew that his injury is what happened to Bo Jackson, and
Yeah.
the longevity of your career lowers like amazingly with that injury. So, but yeah, he had all the talent in the world, and you could even argue he was the best defensive lineman in the class. But,
He was my number 2 edge, right above Dante Fowler.
yeah.
Yeah. It's a shame.
Yeah.
Are the Saints going to go Petty here?
Yes, there's speculation that there's going to be a quarterback here for New Orleans. They're picking.
Really?
They should
Develop
go Brent
who?
Hundley.
I'd be okay with. That's an interesting pick. I think I'd be okay with it just because they have a lot of really smart coaches and Hundley's physically gifted.
And we also have a trade.
Yeah, KC moved up to 76, right?
Yeah, took a wide receiver.
Justin Hardy.
They did take a wide receiver.
You sure?
Please, Jinx will
Yep.
bloody be giving me hell if they select Justin Hardy.
Dude, if they took Hardy and Peters in the same draft,
I'd be pissed. I'd be ticked. I'm really glad that Minnesota took Eric Kendricks ahead of them.
yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up.
I would have been. Oh.
Oh, there's rumors Casey could have moved up for Chris Conley.
Oh no.
Wow.
Please no. Oh.
I never got around to watching Conley.
I had a second round grade on him.
Wow.
I had him above
Yikes.
Devin Smith for what it's worth.
Yikes.
He honestly, Georgia just didn't throw the ball, and he was the main primary target. He was like the facilitator of that passing game.
And a really run-heavy offense, and you can't blame him with Gurley and Nick Chubb and Keith Marshall.
Yeah.
Yeah, this just wasn't targeted a ton from what I remember. But from what I saw, somewhat of a small sample size, he was really good. And you look at that athletic web, and you just cringe. He's so good. Really athletic.
I just don't know how Grady Jarrett and Michael Bennett are still on the bloody board. Those two are
Or Carl
so good in my
Davis.
opinion.
Yeah, how's Carl Davis still on the board? He was a first-round pick to me, too.
Oh, the Saints picked Garrett Grayson.
Wow.
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 Over Hundley?
Wow.
Wow.
Big as the third quarterback.
Wow.
Wow.
Well then, that's
Oh, Bryce Petty. At least it wasn't Bryce Petty. Like,
I would have argued Hundley, but I don't think it's going to
Yeah.
make too much of a difference in the long run.
yeah. Cleveland's got to take Hundley, surely. Like, that's kind of like perfect for them right now, isn't it?
There were
second,
rumors
first round.
that now that the Titans took Mariota, they're looking to Mettenberger, which makes sense.
Who's looking at Mettenberger?
The Browns.
That makes sense.
After the Mariota, I mean that makes sense. I
Well,
would look
Well,
into
the
them.
Browns have the O-line for Mettenberger to be successful, to be honest.
Absolutely.
As much as I just don't
Do they have the
believe
receivers?
in NFL
Yeah.
quarterbacks. He's
I was a
just
believer in
slow.
Met. I still think he's worth it. Yeah, he's a statue in the pocket. There's no denying that. What are the odds the Raiders trade back into the third round for somebody?
I don't think they're good. Reggie likes his picks, but I want T.J. Clemmings. I want Eli Harold.
I want
Clemmings
to-
would be fantastic. I don't want Johnson. Yeah, there's Carl Davis would be fine with me. He put him at 3 tech.
Grady Jarrett, give me Grady Jarrett.
I love Grady Jarrett. I love Michael Bennett.
I had Jarrett as a 4th round pick, but I'd be open to that at the end of the 3rd. Absolutely.
He flies off the ball. I just love watching him.
So
He's really quick, but I asked myself, what was I getting with him? And I think that with Jarrett, you're getting a 1-gap penetrator who's probably
Well, there
not going to
goes
hold up
Doak.
well against the run.
There
Oh, no.
goes Duke,
Oh no! Wait, where'd he go?
Cleveland.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm
That's
fine
better
with
than
that.
Kansas City.
Duke's gonna run all over with that offensive line.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You give
Oh,
him
yeah.
a crease. Oh yeah, he'll take it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He's
He's
draft
gonna,
picks are
he's
gonna
gonna
hit
outperform.
dynasty.
He'll outperform all those running backs in that team
Yeah.
easily in training camp, and then he'll take that starting job.
Can I just say
Kansas City
I hate
took
that approach.
Conley.
Oh man. I hate that approach with a 3-headed monster at running back.
Just have one guy and commit to him.
Yeah, just find a bell cow running back, and it's worth so much, in my
Let
opinion.
him be great.
Yeah, and I think Duke can be that bell cow.
Exactly. I think people get hung up on his size, but he's got the elusiveness. He's great in the passing game, and
Yeah.
he's got that speed. He doesn't have like the home run or the break tackle ability of Gurley, but he's got a combination of all those to make him a good player.
But speed is insane.
Yep. I was right about the Chiefs pick. They did select Conley.
The Chiefs. What?
They did select Conley.
The
Yeah.
Chiefs took Conley.
They did.
Man.
Oh, I thought you said Hunley. Sorry, my bad.
Oh, I would have been so happy about that.
Yeah, me too.
They got Alex Smith to replace Alex Smith.
Oh man.
NFL Network is so behind, it's not funny.
So behind. Can they please just stop with all the commercials, having 5 and 6 in a row when we're missing live picks?
Exactly. Like, for me, I'm just getting that Owa pick right now.
Wow. I'm on Cleveland. It says the pick is in, but
Yeah.
Are we just going from the picks on Twitter, or
yeah,
at this point, why not?
yeah, exactly.
All right, let's see.
Is Matt still here?
Yeah.
Oh, I
How you
didn't
doing,
see.
Matt?
I didn't know Matt was here.
So who are your guys' top players on your board right now?
Eli Harold.
Yeah.
Let me load mine. Let's see. T.J. Clemmings comes in at 20. Is Jake Fisher available, or where'd he go?
He went
Cincinnati.
to Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's a good pick. I
So
missed his pick.
they got Cedric and Fisher.
Oh, wow. They got one really good offensive lineman and one guy that's going to be out of the league in a little while. That's cool.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. I'm not a big fan. My top player available is T.J. Clemmings, number 20. I think P.J. Williams is still available, if I'm not
Yep.
mistaken.
He is.
21. Carl Davis, my number 23. And Justin Hardy, 24. Oh, well,
Justin Hardy would be. Imagine Justin Hardy and Amari Cooper, though, eh?
that'd be fantastic. Well, I mean, Lyle Collins is still available, but that's an extenuating circumstance, as we are all aware. So
That's a good point to bring up, too. This is, according to him, this is the round he'd need to be drafted in to play this year.
yeah,
But is anyone going to draft him, though? It's not.
I highly doubt it. I doubt
I mean, I could see, like, New England doing it and making everyone look like idiots, but beyond
Yeah,
that,
see,
New
I
England seems tougher, though, because, I mean, he won't be involved, but given.
Take him with a comp pick. Why not?
I still have Grady Jarrett, Michael Bennett, Carl Davis, Henry Anderson still available.
I'm not a big fan of Anderson. Yeah.
Corey Richardson.
neither am I.
T.J. Clemmings. Coates. Hardy, Lockett. Oh, Lockett's gone.
Lockett's gone.
Mike Davis and Ajayi is still there on my board. Herman, Pruitt. Darrell Williams is still there. He's a really good right tackle.
I like Darrell Williams.
Yeah. Yeah, see, I had a third round grade on Mario Edwards, so
He was a late second for me at defensive end in the right role, let alone Leo.
Xavier Cooper, Marcus Hardison, Tyler Davidson should be coming up soon, Quan Alexander, and then this is where PJ Williams fell for me and I fell as well. Josh Shaw's still available. James Sample, I think he's a safety that people don't talk about enough. I could see Darren Smith being the pick at fourth in the fourth round, actually.
I could see it. I really want a steal of a pick on the fourth to make up for the somewhat underwhelming picks we've had thus far.
Maybe you come back from your mission and Mario Edwards is all pro.
Maybe our coaches, have some sense knocked into them and they put them at 5 pick or something.
Or Reggie's finally been fired, or
Yeah, one of the two.
yeah.
This is going to sound a little bit inflammatory, but it reminds me of the 2013 draft.
Yeah.
I mean, we're taking players that they're good players and sometimes like not a bad value, or they kind of projected to go where we took them, but feels like we're passing up on better options each time.
Yeah.
Amari was a good pick though.
Yeah, I would fine with Amari, but I think we did pass up on Leonard Williams, who's I mean, we're on the same page there.
Yep.
And then with Edwards, we passed up on Preston Smith, and then some other players we liked, like Jake Fisher, Rowe.
49ers pick is in.
And then,
so much love for us, but liking Preston Smith and then to go Mario Edwards.
Yeah. So it does remind me of 2013, just in the sense that we're passing up on players that we really like, or I really like at least, for players I think are worse options, but not necessarily bad players. And we look back at 2013, at least the beginning, and DJ Hayden, and the verdict's still out on him. Menelik Watson seems to be a bust. We had some steals late in that class. C.O. Moore was a great third-round pick.
Like Clive should be.
Rivera was.
Eli Harold
was a bust. Haas is not there anymore.
Eli Harold off the board.
Who did Eli Harold go to? San Francisco?
Yeah, San Fran.
That's a good pick.
That's a
That's a good pick.
spot
That's a
for
good,
him.
that's a good value. He's raw, but he could use some.
He is robbed, but I had a first round grade on him. I loved him.
Eldon and him coming off the edges is something to not take lightly. A pick I could also see the Raiders making at 4th round is Ty Montgomery. And not that I'll like it, but I've got a feeling.
Take a kick returner in the 7th or undrafted free agency. I mean,
Exactly.
that's what Ty Montgomery is.
Yeah.
I'd be pretty upset with that pick.
I don't know. He's a running back to me, but he's not a good one.
So
He's like-
what does Caroline think they're going to do with Devin Funchess and Calvin Benjamin?
Who knows?
Eric Fisher was on the board.
Yeah. So what are your guys' favorite picks of the 2nd round?
Let me look at this. It's not loading for me. Of the 2nd round, I missed a good part of the 2nd round. I had a little activity to go to.
My worst have to be easily Mario Edwards to the Raiders and TJ Yeldon to the Jaguars.
Oh yeah, Yeldon tops the Edwards easily for me. That's kind of a head scratcher. You have Duke Johnson, Jay Ajayi. I'd take David Cobb over Yeldon.
Yeah, I was saying that when they selected him. And Mike Davis, I'd select all those.
Oh yeah, Davis as well.
Yeah.
I think we see Mike Davis as the pick in the 4th round.
Yeah, I'd be happy with that. Very happy.
Okay, let me look at the
He's
2nd
almost
round.
like a MJD light.
Yeah, I can see that. Some of my favorite picks. I really liked. My boy Eric Kendricks going to the Vikings. That's a fantastic pick.
Yeah.
The Vikings are having a heck of a draft. I'm not a huge Trey Waynes fan, but taking Kendricks in the 2nd round makes up for that. Him manning the middle in Mike Zimmer's defense is going to be scary.
Yeah.
And then I think Bernardrick McKinney is a good fit for the Texans behind that defensive line. The Eagles taking Eric Rowe. It's a good fit. He can play corner or safety. Oh man, the Bills with their first draft pick take Ronald Darby. Ugh.
Yeah, that's a bad one too.
Do they enjoy being bad?
We got Rex Ryan. He's just the greatest coach of all time.
Oh man. I like Quentin Rollins a lot to the Packers. He'll have some time to grow and develop there. Probably replace. It's kind of an interesting pick considering that they took Demarius Randall in the 1st round. But I'm a big believer in Rollins. He showed ball skills and he can stop on a dime. His change of direction is fantastic. So I'm a big believer in that pick, even though my boy Justice was not so optimistic.
Yeah, he was not. What pick are we at, Seth?
78 for New Orleans.
78. Okay.
Are they up to the podium or are they just on the clock?
The pick is in, but they're not at the podium yet.
What about yours, Seth? What are your top picks in the 2nd round? 3rd round?
I love Preston Smith to Washington. I love Devin Smith to New York. I absolutely love the Kendricks pick. What else? The Fisher pick was really good, and the Gregory pick was awesome.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you guys. I love the Kendricks pick and I love the Rowe pick. I think him and Philly
that's
is
a good one.
a great pick. Oh, Mario Edwards, I just
Let's not focus on that for now. We can talk about the offense. I mean, Clive Walford and Amari Cooper for a young Carr.
Here's my girlfriend right here. She's wearing a Rolando McClain jersey. That's my Rolando McClain jersey when I thought he would be good, and I went and bought that jersey. Yeah, not a good decision.
I think I'm going to hold off on the Mario Edwards jersey for now.
Yeah,
Maybe get a Cooper jersey. Maybe when I get back.
but yeah, let's talk about that offense.
Yeah.
Amari Cooper, Crabtree, Wolford, that good offensive line that we had last year, especially when it comes to protecting Carr. You just can't really make any excuses. Like, he should have a good sophomore year this year.
No, he should. Yeah, absolutely. I think the pressure's kind of on him now, although I don't think he feels that way necessarily. I mean, the pressure's probably relieved as he's watching this draft and thinking to himself, they got me Amari Cooper and Clive Walford, a big, strong tight end and a wide receiver who's always open. And especially a wide receiver that's good with timing routes and anticipation, which is something that Carr excels with. Cooper's going to be a great target for him, and hopefully Walford can match what Rivera does. Now we have, at minimum, we have a good wide receiver who's. We have a pick coming up. We can continue this after.
Also missed New Orleans took P.J. Williams, which is awesome value, I think.
Oh, wow. That's a great pick. I like that pick a lot.
And then Eli Harold to San Francisco with back-to-back awesome values there.
That's a good pick. Some teams are really scoring while other teams are reaching.
Yeah.
But to continue the thought, at very minimum, what we have now is Amari Cooper, a wide receiver who's always open. He should hit 1,000 yards in his rookie year. I fully expect that, especially with how much we're going to force feed him the ball. And then we have two reliable tight ends. Rivera, we saw last year he was getting a little bit more consistent. He had a really good game against San Francisco. In the games that we won, Rivera had a really good game.
And that's when we had a run game.
Yeah.
Really?
When we had a running game, Carr's performance improved. We saw against San Diego. And against Kansas City.
Yeah, well, that's what I really liked about Wolford is he's really savvy in his routes. He can fake a linebacker out of his cleats. And when it comes to coming off the play action, he's good at that chip block before he goes into his route. But yeah, I had a second round grade on him, so I think I think he's better than Rivera. So yeah, I think we've given Carr the tools we need now, and we can fully start building this team.
Absolutely. I'll be gone, but I'm looking forward to next year when we just focus on defense with our draft. That'd be nice. Assuming that we got to be able to find a right guard that can mix well, but.
We also have to look at left tackle.
Yeah, Penn won't be around
with Penn getting older, there's a number of left tackles in next year that we have Ronnie Stanley and Laramie Tunsil from Ole Miss.
Please, can we have Tunsil? Just give him to us now.
There's some pretty solid options.
That guy is so good. I watched him. I wrote a 2016 draft article that I've already sent to Seth. And Tunsil is just amazing.
Yeah, Tunsil and Ronnie Stanley, who would have been a top 10 pick this year, definitely the best offensive tackle. So, we'll have options next year if tackle's in need. Corner, especially, I think will be a need for us, depending on how Hayden pulls out or how he plays. And then if T.J. Carey can prove that he's more than a slot corner, I think he can be a boundary corner, but we'll have to see. But last year was encouraging for a 7th round pick, especially.
Ian had quite a high grade on Carey actually.
Mm-hmm.
Ian, NFL film study. Ian He had quite a high grade on Carey, and he was really happy with that pick that we made. So
Looking smart right now. Carey had a great rookie year.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
I mean, next year we have guys like Vernon Hargreaves III, Kendall Fuller from Virginia Tech. Next year's
Clemson.
Mackenzie Alexander, which is your boy. I haven't watched him yet, but I've heard some good things, and I trust your judgment. There's a lot of defensive backs in next year's class. Even at safety, you have Sua Cravens, you have Von Bell. There's a lot of guys next year. Yeah, Ramsey.
Jalen
Sorry,
Ramsey.
how could I forget Ramsey and Andrews?
Ramsey and Andrews made up for so much mistakes of PJ Williams and Darby. It's not funny, and they just
They
played
made him
the
look
boundary.
really good.
They played the boundary with Darby to help him, and then they just left PJ Williams on the island, and that's why I like PJ Williams a lot more than I do Darby.
I absolutely agree, and PJ Williams can actually locate the ball. Yeah,
Oh,
there's.
and he doesn't open his hips as soon as the receiver gives
Oh,
one.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't remember what game it was, but it might have been Clemson. But you see a touchdown pass thrown to a wide receiver in the end zone, and he's decently close to him, and you just see the ball get close, and Darby just throw himself at the wide receiver and draw the easy PI, and it's just going to happen all the time.
I'm pretty sure.
Was it Mike Williams?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a big
There's
believer.
like, how many wide receivers coming out named Mike Williams is there going to be?
So many. Next year's class, and this is said every year, but 2016 class should be pretty impressive.
I'd be trading for all picks for that next year's class.
I would do it. I would absolutely do it. So we'll have options next year. We didn't take Leonard Williams, which maybe means we're gearing up for Nickem Diche. I'd be happy with that. We'll
just
see.
Play him at 3 tech. That guy is going to be a savage.
He's amazing. He's just ridiculous.
So fast off the line. It's
I'm excited to see his athletic web because it's going to be unreal.
It's going to be like all gray. It's not going to have white on it.
Oh, man.
Joey Bosa's going to be crazy as well.
Joey Bosa as well. He might be my number one prospect if I was going to be around.
Oh, yeah. I've watched that guy for the last 2 years, and he's
an animal. We're talking about next year's draft during this year, which kind of shows our opinion on this year's draft. And how
the meat's kind of off the bone for this year's draft.
Who's being picked right now, Seth?
New York's picking. They're at the podium, but they haven't announced yet. We also had John Miller get picked, and Alex Carter.
Okay.
Oh, where did Alex Carter go?
I think I know, but let me just make sure.
Good value.
Lions, and Bills took Miller.
That's a good fit for both.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really good fit.
The Bills could have a scary offensive
Detroit
line.
Detroit got a really good cornerback.
That Lions defense is going to be impressive. It was last year, but we'll see how they are without Sue.
And the Jets took Lorenzo Malden.
Okay, that's interesting.
It's kind of like Matt Shaughnessy, I guess.
He'll have the benefit of playing next.
Not as big, but can play that defensive end linebacker type in Bowls defense.
I mean, but Lorenzo Malden would be like their sixth rusher with Leonard Williams, Sheldon Richardson, Wilkerson, Calvin Pace is still around. So you're not asking him to do too much.
I think with that 4th round pick, I'll take Leo Collins without a doubt. I don't care about his off-field stuff. I know from what I've done, the research I've done, and everything about him, he's a team captain, and I just he wouldn't be entering next year's draft if he knew trying to enter next year's draft if he knew he was guilty. Like, to me, and saying all the things that has come out about him, I just feel like he's innocent.
Yeah, and I think I've said this a couple of times, but I think Rappaport said that the NFL wouldn't even let him be eligible for next year's draft. Like he'd immediately be a free agent.
Yeah. He's put. He's put.
How do I have better internet than you do, Chandler, and you live in America?
It's that college Wi-Fi that does it.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
Are you in a dorm, Seth?
No, I live with a friend
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
That's okay.
off campus. Yeah. Yeah, but on campus the Wi-Fi is horrible. I don't know if San Diego's pick has been mentioned yet.
Eagle Scout. I don't. Comments on the live link to this hangout, and someone commented 12 minutes ago. You guys all look depressed.
It's because we were talking about Mario Edwards.
Yeah, and I think that might accurately sum it up.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, I don't know.
In the fourth round, take Justin Ellis 2.0.
Who's that? Terry Williams? Who would be Justin Ellis?
I'm a big believer in Terry Williams, too.
Yeah. Yeah, I love Terry Williams. I think that
Is it not going through?
it's cutting in and out, but you're pretty good right now.
Oh. Carl Davis, sorry.
Oh, Carl Davis.
Carl
I think it's Terry
Davis.
Williams.
Yeah. No, you're good. I really like Terry Williams as well. I had a second round grade on him. He two gaps better than everybody else, but I mean, we already have the plethora of plethora of talent at one technique. So
Yeah. Craig Mager just went to San Diego.
okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we have not addressed three technique at all, and I don't know if Reggie just thinks he can like fuse 3-1 techniques together to make a 3 technique or what. But like we have a ton of 1s and no 3s.
Yeah. Carl Davis can play 1 tech, 3 tech, or 5 tech.
Yeah.
It'd be nice. It'd be a nice versatile pick there.
Yeah.
But we also need a guard, and I wouldn't be mad at running back or corner help. Oh man,
Lots of needs.
a lot of needs.
That's what happens when like you take a tight end in the third. Is some of the other needs kind of
Yeah.
fall
I
by the
mean,
wayside.
if DJ Hayden goes down next year, we're throwing James Dockery and Keith McGill in to cover the top wide receivers of other teams.
Yeah, I think that's when you replace Edwards with Mayo and just like rush the passer and get there as quickly as possible so our corners don't have to play.
I think it's highly likely that if Reggie doesn't take a corner in the next 2 rounds, that we'll end up re-signing Terrell Brown or some other veteran just to come in and be a spot holder really for a year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know about that Mager pick.
It's to San Diego, so I'm cool with it.
Yeah, same here. Not sure where Matt and Tyler went. They just
Yeah. Who did San Diego take in the second?
Let me check. Oh, they took Perriman, Denzel Perriman.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow.
So we talked about like you split out Marcel Reese out there and have either him or Teo try to cover
Oh,
him, and you got
please.
touchdowns for days.
Oh, yeah. Clive Walford, good luck.
Yeah. And Jordan Hicks just went to Philly.
Ooh, that's a weird pick. Where are they putting him?
I don't know. It is a weird pick.
Yeah, I like him. I like his range, and I like how he can play a sideline to sideline. But is he an inside linebacker? Or
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
You back, Tyler?
Yeah, we had a power cut here.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was pretty. Ugh, it was pretty funny.
Daniel Stebbins just added us, and I said I was happy with the pick, Craig Megger, because it was to San Diego, and he said I'm not. I don't know who the F that is. Well, that's the point, Daniel. That's the point, Daniel.
Yeah, no, I actually liked Mega. He tested really well. I know Ian was a fan. He's really physical, but the small school guys, it's till they show it on the field, really, this NFL talent. I think there's going to be a big adjustment for him. Who's picking right now, Seth?
The Bengals just took Tyler Croft.
Ooh.
Huh.
They need a free Tyler
Eifert. Yeah.
Yeah. It's weird. They took him with a third-round pick. I had a third-round grade on him, but I wouldn't think a team like Cincinnati would take him with Eifert.
Is that the only pick that got made?
No, you missed Craig Megger, and what was the other one?
The Eagles took
Jordan Hicks to the Eagles.
Jordan Hicks. I don't know if you were here for Lorenzo Malden. Oh yeah, you were here for Lorenzo.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. I just. What is really? Oh, okay. Hicks is the number 5 spark linebacker in the class.
Wow.
Yeah, no, he's really athletic.
Yeah. He's from Ohio, but went to Texas. He should have. I'm pretty sure he was going to play at Ohio State, but went to Texas. Tyler Croft. Really, these defensive tackles are still on the board and they're just not going there, miss.
Yeah, what's going on? I mean, Carl Davis is great.
Michael Bennett, I could have seen gone in the first round just because he's so disruptive as a one gap. You know, when he one gaps and he just immediate pressure a lot of the time. He's kind of a one trick pony.
He played so many snaps at Ohio State. I think people see how many snaps he plays, and they don't take that into the context of his draft. But
yeah,
he's talented.
he is. Yeah, I mean, like he's kind of a one trick pony. Like he rushes the passer from the interior, but that's a good trick to have.
Well, the fastest way to get to the quarterback is the A gap.
Yeah.
So why are these A gap penetrators still on the board? Like really good ones too.
Yeah, like Jarrett and Bennett. Even Davis is a great one gap penetrator.
I would use him totally wrong, and they used him right in the Senior Bowl where they just let him one gap, and that's where he produced.
Yeah, you like look at his body and you think he should be a two gapper, but he's so great one gapping.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and back in the context of Oakland, I mean, with Seattle, we saw their interior linemen typically be a lot stockier, and pretty big. with Tony McDaniels and Red Bryant and like all those guys. They're just massive. So I think it's very possible that we see a guy like Carl Davis. If he slides, I don't know why he's sliding. That's the question.
Was it a foot injury or something?
That was T.J. Clemmings.
I thought Carl Davis had some sort of injury too. Maybe
I
not.
think he might have had a high ankle and then he missed the game for that, but other than that, he was okay.
Clemmings has a foot injury.
Clemmings, yeah, I knew Clemmings' foot injury, which is concerning, especially for big guys.
If he's fine, it's just a sprain, so who knows?
Yeah, he's really good. I mean, I'd rather, at this point, I'd take my chances and move Clemmings into guard at this point in the draft.
Well, Minnesota's taken Danielle Hunter.
Interesting.
Danielle Hunter? I don't know how that... That's Danielle in New Zealand.
Ooh.
That's Danielle. That's a girl's name in New Zealand, Danielle.
It's a girl's name here, too. But,
yeah, it is. It's a girl's name here, too.
He's a talented player.
It's pronounced Danielle.
It's a talented
He's
player
raw
in
as
the
hell.
hands of... He is really raw, but that's an athlete that in the hands of Mike Zimmer, and I trust to develop him. He's a force player. Word to justice.
Yeah, I believe in Justice Force players too.
And Mike Zimmer could make him into a nightmare. Like I think we've all said, he's a blank canvas that like you can paint anything onto, and you've got like the best artist in the world in Mike Zimmer.
I mean, yeah, I know. We saw that last year with Anthony Barr. A lot of people thought, saw Barr as pretty raw and weren't sure he'd transition. And in a matter of weeks, Zimmer had him as a fully effective off-the-ball linebacker, filling gaps and making plays like we hadn't seen him make before. So yeah, you give these raw athletes to really talented coaches, especially in the defensive front seven, and you see great things happen.
I just don't know how we didn't go Eric Rowe instead of Mario Edwards, and then we could pick Marcus Rush up for the fourth, or Anthony Chickolo. Like those
Davis
two guys.
Davis Toll from Chattanooga.
Those three give me more value than Mario Edwards at 2. I'm still just circling back to that pick in my head.
Sammy Coates to Pittsburgh.
That's kind of the weird one to me.
It is a weird one.
They've got Martavius Bryant. They've already got that.
Yeah,
they have. Yeah.
When I watched Coates, I thought like he kind of looks like a one-trick pony deep threat to me, like his skills, but he can't catch. So like, you can't have a 9-route runner that can't catch.
Oh, the Rams took Sean Mannion.
Oh,
wow.
Really? Wow.
So let's just talk about that Sean Mannion pick up for the Rams. Like your guys' thoughts on that?
I don't get it. I feel like Sean Mannion should have gone undrafted.
I just don't see any development in his game. He just doesn't have an arm. He doesn't have great vision, no accuracy. He's got height, and that's maybe it. I just don't see why you'd make that pick. Well, he might be like the next Nick Foles.
Yeah, he's like all of the cliches that you see like with quarterbacks.
Who's the pick that's in?
Going back to the Coates pick.
St. Louis.
And going back to the Coates pick, that's kind of a head scratcher to me.
Oh yeah, for sure, for me too.
I mean, that's one of the needs that the team doesn't have when you have Antonio Brown, Marcus Wheaton, Martavis Bryant. I don't see it. I don't know why.
I just think your first, second, and third pick should be immediate starters. Like.
Oh, absolutely.
Or be able to contribute somehow, which.
Exactly.
For the worst teams in the league, yeah, they need to be starters.
Yeah.
For the Patriots, Seahawks.
You can redshirt guys if you're the Patriots. You can redshirt guys if you're the Seahawks, but if you're the Raiders or Jacksonville Jaguars, you can't not take people who are going to start and you think they can start year one.
Well, I mean, I feel like Coates is going to have like 12 receptions this year, if that. Like
We've
from a
got
third
Darius
round
Howard
pick.
Bay there too, so maybe they wanted to just pair those guys up.
Oh, I guess. Maybe they feel like Sammy Coates can learn how to not catch more from Darius Hayward Bay.
I just don't know why the Rams would select Mannion, and that's Brett Hundley still on the board too, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's crazy.
I think they bought into the hype. You saw the media talking about how smart he was with his football intelligence, and he's big and tall and stands strong in the pocket, and et cetera, et cetera. And
Isn't that like the dad's a coach thing too?
yeah, the coach's son.
Yeah.
Savage of this class.
Was Kellen
Baltimore
Moore
was
a
that?
coach's son?
Kellen Moore?
Was he a coach's son? Because
I don't know.
he did pretty well. But he didn't have that size that they want.
Carl Davis.
Baltimore?
Like golden tweeting. What? Who'd Baltimore take?
Carl Davis.
Oh wow, that's a great pick.
Good teams make good decisions.
Next to Timmy Jernigan.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good teams are
got
good
their
for a
five
reason.
techs.
Man, as a 5-tech, he's gonna be insane. I think he has like Cam Jordan potential, like because he's such a good pass rusher and he has the body to just be stout at the edge.
Yeah.
Hmm.
That's a great pick by Baltimore. I think Matt's gone.
Yeah, I don't know where he went.
Nah, I'm still here.
Are you?
Oh, he's there.
Yeah.
You just listening in?
Yep.
Faithful audience member?
Yeah.
Alright.
Any picks surprise you yet, Matt?
I mean, what? What the f with Mannion?
That's where we're at.
With Hundley still on the board, it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Is Xavier Cooper still available?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. We could see our 3 technique.
If Green Bay drafts a quarterback, I'm gonna walk off.
Hundley. You'll get Hundley and you'll like Hundley.
Hundley's he'd be really good in that situation. Like, to be put through McCarthy's quarterback camps that he puts before every training camp, and then go trade him for a first-round pick like you usually do.
Yeah. You got picks out of Matt Flynn, so I mean, you might be able to get a first.
No,
for
they didn't get anything out of Flynn.
They didn't?
No.
Oh yeah.
They
Was it
traded.
Seattle?
They traded Hasselbeck. They've traded quite a few guys, haven't you?
I mean, quarterback recently has been bad. Graham Harrell, B.J. Coleman.
So, is it Dallas picking now?
Yeah, the pick for Dallas is in.
Oh no!
Who?
What?
Denver just took Jeff Hireman, and
Oh.
Oh. I'm not a big believer in him,
Peyton?
actually.
With Peyton, I wouldn't be surprised if he had like 6 touchdowns.
Ooh.
Mm.
I had a 4th-round grade on him, so I'm not too worried. But yeah, any tight end with Peyton's going to be productive.
Chaz Green to Dallas.
Oh. TJ Clemmings is still available, and we have teams taking Chaz Green. Chaz Green. Oof.
We haven't seen that many safeties picked, have we?
We have not.
I just
Guys,
don't get that tart pick. I don't get that tart pick for San Francisco. They have
Yeah,
Eric Reed
Jaquiski
and
Tartt. Yeah.
they have
You
Eric
took
Reed and
Jimmy
Eric.
Ward last year.
Yeah. Jimmy Ward and now Eric Reed just do not get that Jaquiski Tart drop pick. Yeah, Herman is a really good pick by Broncos because he was injured a lot, but he was just asked to block, and he kind of is a Owen Daniels clone to me, like the healthy Owen Daniels in Houston. And he's just a great guy off the field as well.
Yeah.
One of those guys that are just A+ off the field.
I was so impressed with his film. I mean, he's super underrated. I think he's the third tight end drafted, right?
Yeah.
That seems about right.
No, fourth.
Oh,
after
fourth,
Tyler
yeah.
Kroft.
Yeah, Croft went.
Oh my God. Someone said that Sean Mannion is a poor man's Peyton Manning.
Very,
Nick
very,
How
very,
poor?
very poor man.
Nick
Yeah.
just tweeted that out.
Oh.
That's like an Ethiopian poor man's Peyton Manning. Like, what?
Man, that's like, wow. That's like saying Brandon Ross is a poor man's Ed Reed.
Grady Jarrett and Michael Bennett. Those are the two picks I'm sort of clean for our next pick I want. Mike Davis as well. Oh, that was Mortensen. Mort said that.
Nuh-uh.
Mort said
That's
Manning
Mortensen?
Yeah, some people have called him a poor man's Peyton.
Wow.
The hot takery.
Indy's pick hasn't been leaked yet, has it?
No.
Well, we can at least say that we're both, as Packers and Raiders fans, being kind of let down by our drafts.
Yeah, but you're used to being let down.
We all would have gone in different directions.
Packers pick is in.
Last year got our hopes up.
Yeah.
Oh boy, who did Green Bay pick? Who did Indy pick? If they take Bryce Petty, I'm gonna cry. Henry Anderson to Indy.
Wow.
I know a lot of people love Henry Anderson. I
Yeah.
didn't really see it, but in a 3-4, but you put him at 5 technique, I'm assuming, right? Yeah.
Oh, please don't be Bryce Petty. Please don't be Bryce Petty.
It's good because tomorrow when the draft's on, they really they half the players they don't even know and haven't even graded, so the
Yeah.
picks just go through a lot faster.
Oh, please don't be Bryce Petty. Oh.
Deceiving strength. That's a new one from seeing on Anderson.
Huh.
You obviously see strength, or it's not there, right?
That's what
Are
I
you
would think.
kidding me? Ty
is it?
Montgomery.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
man.
I'm so sorry, Matt.
I feel
I
feel
told
bad
you
for
guys. I told you guys that the Raiders would look at him too, because he is that kind of.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh. Dude, Matt, I'm so sorry, man.
Why did you draft her? This feels like an all special teams draft.
Nick just
Like
wrote,
90% of the picks in
Jesus,
this draft don't make
expletive
any
pick.
sense. Most of the picks in this draft make no sense. Either it's not a good value, not a good scheme fit, or just awful player. Oh,
It
goodness.
seems like none of us know what schemes are or what schemes the teams are running or something, because
This is kind of like a bunch of casual draft.
Yeah.
they spent that money to keep Cobb, and
88
they've got
speed.
Devante, and they have Nelson.
98 speed. I take him in the third round. Like, what is this?
This is a special teams draft. That's all this is. I've come to realize that now,
Oh, man.
which is an odd way to spend the draft.
Running back Matt Jones just went to Washington.
Yeah, see that.
Oh my
So-
gosh.
Mike Davis still there. Wow.
Mike Davis is going to be a steal for some team.
Jai is still available.
His knee must terrify teams.
That
I mean-
cartilage is so
I mean,
much
the
more.
I'm not sure about the prognosis, but I mean, his ACL tear happened as a redshirt freshman.
Yeah.
You know, he's had 2 amazing seasons since then. So I understand it's like the degenerative quality of his knee that people are worried about. But it's a running back, and you're going to be able to get 3 or 4 good years out of him. So why not?
All right, I just have to share this from Arif. Packers drafted a baseball player who played safety at corner, basketball player who played corner at safety, and a running back who plays wide receiver.
Arif with a dime of a tweet. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Ian Rappaport. One team viewed Matt Jones as the top running back in this year's class.
What?
Oh, what?
Who is
Yeah.
that team?
I don't know.
How can you honestly put on tape and Todd Gurley and look at Melvin Gordon and look at J.J. and look at Duke Johnson and look at David Cobb? Like, I don't care. T.J.
He is
Yeldon.
so far down the list. He is so far down the list compared.
Oh, I mean, I could understand maybe breaking top 10, but you put him above Todd Gurley. That means one team says, all right, this running back that was taken with pick 10 overall, we view him above him. We view Matt Jones above the player who was taken with the 10th overall pick as a running back. I quit. I hate this. This makes no sense.
I don't like the draft anymore.
I hate
The
it.
NFL just doesn't like good players.
I'll
and
see
they
you in
just-
2 years. I'll see you in 2 years.
Can I come with you? Just, I'm
Party in Mexico City. Let's do it.
Yeah, Charles
Oh
just.
my goodness.
Charles just.
Maybe
anointed
maybe
the
we-
Packers having the worst draft.
I mean, we said that the quality of this draft was not good, but
I mean, let alone try to get the quality out of it. Oh my goodness.
yeah.
Teams aren't even trying. It's like, what is going on? Oh yeah, Paul Dawson's still available.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, there's been a lot of back and forth on him, but in the late 3rd, early 4th, that's totally worth it.
Oh, this is interesting. So, New England just traded the last tradable pick of this round in the day that Lyle Collins said that he had to be drafted today.
That's interesting.
Cleveland.
Because I've thought that he might be going with a comp pick.
To the Browns though, and the Browns.
To the Browns.
The Browns want a right tackle.
They spent way too much
Oh,
at the offensive line.
Could you imagine that offensive line with Mac, Irving, Collins, Thomas?
That'd be fantastic.
I could run for 2,000 yards behind that line.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm just going to cheer myself up here. Take the best kick returner of all time. How early do you take him? I'm just trying to find something, please.
Devin Hester, I take in the second round, but Ty Montgomery is not.
I'd say fourth round. Fourth round. And a weak class, third round. Assuming that Ty Montgomery is, in fact, the best kick returner of all time.
Yeah, and he's not better than Devin Hester.
No, he's not. I'm just trying to find something.
I mean, when Devin Hester was in his prime, he was one of the most exciting players to watch. And at that time, I might have said I would take him with a late first-round pick, but I'd probably take him with a late second-round pick, knowing what I know if I could recreate those 2 or 3 seasons.
Oh, boy. All right, so maybe Cleveland once Hundley. There we go.
Xavier Cooper.
Oh.
So now it's got to be asked, would New England, Kansas City, or Cincinnati take Lyle Collins?
New England can't. As innocent as Lyle Collins can't be, as innocent as he can be, given the Aaron Hernandez thing,
That's a good point that I should have thought of. And Cincinnati has taken 2 offensive tackles this year.
Why not make it 3? Just the draft's been crazy enough. Kansas City needs offensive line. They could use some. Eric Fisher has been.
Yeah.
All right, who's New England taking? I will say this. If Ty Montgomery is there in place of Brandon Bostic, Green Bay doesn't lose in the NFC Championship. So there's that.
That's true. Did we lose Tyler and Chandler?
I guess so. I was wondering what went so quiet. That makes sense.
Yeah, only a couple of picks left.
Genio Grissom.
Okay. Linebacker from Oklahoma.
Yep.
Opinions are all over the place on him.
And Chandler has returned.
Sorry, as Seth said earlier, dorm Wi-Fi. That's all I gotta say.
Genio Grissom to New England.
Huh.
I think some people like him as an off-ball linebacker too. I don't know.
Oh my gosh. Well, what pick are we at now?
We're towards the end.
Yeah, 98. So just Kansas City and Cincinnati left tonight.
Okay. And these are non-tradable because these are comp picks, right?
Yep.
Right.
Okay.
And Kansas City picked immediately. Or they probably picked a long time ago, but NFL Network's behind.
Okay, if you're Kansas City and you're given this comp pick, why not take Lyle Collins?
I take him in a heartbeat.
What does the NFL know that we don't?
That's a good point.
I don't know that they do. I wonder if it's just the speculation of what might have happened. But If they do, then maybe they're right and we should shut up and listen. But
Well, as last I heard, Steven Nelson, great pick there.
oh wow, okay.
But last I heard, teams were supposed to get like security directors of all 32 teams were supposed to be briefed by tonight on the Lyle Collins situation.
Interesting.
And by the way, Stebbins, if you're watching this right now, screw you.
Oh man. Hold on, I gotta see this tweet. I'm pulling it up.
Oh, that's cold. Oh.
It's a picture of sad Kermit reaching for the electrical outlet with a fork, which
Matt,
describes
when
most
you
of
have
us.
drafts like you've had the last few years, and you get Aaron Rodgers at the end of the first round, this is bound to come around.
It's yeah.
Yeah.
And
Just so odd.
If it makes you feel better, pretty much every other team is having a bad draft too.
Yeah.
I mean,
Dallas
off the top.
Dallas is killing. But yeah. This is
Off the top of the head,
he cut out again.
Dorm Wi-Fi strikes again.
Yeah.
top of the head,
You know who's having a great draft is Dorm Wi-Fi. They're just
Dorm Wi-Fi is having a better draft than Green Bay.
Dorm-
Can confirm.
yeah. Come on, Cincinnati. Just take another offensive lineman here. Just have fun with us.
Just take Collins, man. Make it 3 offensive tackles. And
I mean, is Eric Fisher stopping them from it, or is Donald Stevenson, or
Maybe come on, or go Brett Hundley. Challenge Andy Dalton. Ignore your A.J. McCarron pick from a year ago.
Oh, sorry. Hey, we're talking about the Bengals now. Sorry, I was talking about the Chiefs. The Chiefs took who?
Steven Nelson.
Oh, frick.
Yeah, they have 2 really good corners now, so Crabtree and Cooper have their work cut out for them. Are they really going to try to squeeze in one more commercial? No, they're not good.
Angle selection. All right. Yeah. So, and then we just have tomorrow, day 3.
Day
Who
3.
did you take?
Hasn't announced it yet. Paul Dawson.
Oh, there he goes.
Wait, who did you take?
Paul Dawson.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Hey, they hit with
Dang. Okay, that's interesting.
perfect. So
Find out.
yeah, I mean similar questions, and they hit with perfect. So
All right. Well. Yeah, that was. This third round has been just hectic.
yeah,
Yeah.
there's still great players on the board. It's crazy.
There's still some good players left.
Grady Jarrett.
Yeah. Justin Hardy's still available for whoever wants to win some games next year.
That's criminal that he's available.
I think I'm in a small minority that likes him, but
Well, I think
Paul
so.
Dawson.
Everyone here likes Hardy.
Oh, Hardy, yeah, I love Hardy. I have a fringe first round grade on Hardy.
yeah, he's my number 23 player, I think. Let me pull this up. Nope, 23 is Carl Davis. 24 is Justin Hardy.
I
Yeah.
took Justin Hardy in a mock the other day in the first round.
Huh. All right. Any other thoughts from this round or this last day?
Bold prediction: round 5, Green Bay drafts a punter. Round 6, long snapper. And Brett Hundley, who knows where he's going? That's
Who knows? Oh. Oof. What should we expect from the Raiders in round 4? I have no idea.
Trey Jackson.
I think that's probably likely.
I think it's going to be Trey Jackson.
I can see it.
I hope not.
Yeah. John Miller's gone, isn't he? He went to the Buffalo.
Yeah.
Or something.
Buffalo.
Then Ari Kuanjo is my top guard available.
Oh, I forgot about Ari. I love Ari.
Williams. He's an offensive tackle from Oklahoma. I'm a big fan of his. Forgot he's available. Darrell Williams. Is Quan Alexander still available?
Yep.
Yeah.
No, Quan Alexander, I don't think declared for this year.
No, he totally did.
He did?
I'm pretty darn sure he did.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I was thinking other LSU player. I was thinking Vidal Alexander.
Oh, Vidal, yeah.
Because we were talking guards, yeah.
J.H.I. is disappointed right now. Tweeting.
Oh, yeah. Wait, is he tweeting?
Yeah.
What'd he say?
Just, man. He's got to check those knees, because that's... I don't know how he falls that far.
Yeah, I want to see... Oh, that's sad. And, yeah, I've a little personal plug for Ajayi, because he played for my high school. And, I wish him the best. It's kind of sad that he's... Oh. Brutal.
Yeah, like you said, he's been productive for for seasons since.
For 2 years since, yeah. He had like 1,700 yards last year, just rushing, and several hundred more from receiving. Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, he's been very productive. I wonder if could it be possible that the wear and tear on his knee is contributing and maybe has made it worse? A lot of tread on the tires. I don't know.
The ligaments around it. Something.
Yeah, I don't know. It's really odd.
Remember when Bryce Petty was supposed to go at the end of the first round?
He got this Tom Savage treatment. Big draft is flipping out. What? How is he still available?
I remember when Savage was like, Oakland was rumored to really like Savage, and I was freaking out.
Oh, I was so worried. Oh,
Ted Thompson, why?
Yeah, hey, I'm really surprised.
Basically,
I'm
on
with you.
the inside linebacker position, which they have Carl Bradford, Sam Barrington, and Clay Matthews, they believe it's fine. Which is...
Yeah, what happened?
I don't know how you consider that fine.
You guys had a shot at Eric Hendricks, not a knife or anything, but you guys had a shot at anybody. I really don't know what Ted Thompson's doing. I'm sorry, man.
Good news is, I mean, not that Ted Thompson should be fired, but when he retires, John Snyder's ready to come here.
True. Ugh.
So let's think positively for Oakland. What is there positively?
Positives is, Carr has a lot to work with now. He has 2 capable tight ends and a star wide receiver who, calling him a star is a little bit it's a little early for that, but he should be open often, and that's something that Carr really didn't have. Our wide receivers struggled to separate. His most dynamic target was Bryce Butler, and Butler has some speed to him, but his most consistent target was James Jones. Didn't really have a lot to work with. And so as Rivera continues to develop, Walford should be able to start and see a lot of snaps. And then obviously Cooper should fit right in and be the guy from the get-go. Carr has a lot to work with. And so that's kind of the positive. I don't know, did you hear our conversation about Mario Edwards Jr.?
Yes.
Yeah.
Leo Leo Mario Edwards.
Taking him as a 3 or 5 tech makes sense to us. If you look at his athletic web for defensive tackle, it's pretty solid. But putting him out wide at edge just makes no sense to me. It's kind of like they want him to be Lamar Houston 2.0.
Wait, I figured it out. By Leo, they meant his
What?
Zodiac sign. That's purely what they meant.
That's the only thing that makes sense.
I hope that's what they meant.
Makes the most sense.
Ugh. That's frustrating. So we'll see how our coaches use him. And once again, Pete Carroll said the Leo should be the best pass rusher on the team. So I'm really scratching my head at that one.
Off-topic question: why is Daniel Jeremiah not on the main desk for NFL Network?
I don't know.
Who do they have?
They have Charles Davis and then
Charlie Strong and Mike Mayock.
and they had Mike Shaw earlier.
Yeah.
Or David Shaw.
2 college football coaches.
Yep.
Weird. Yeah, I don't know. Kind of disappointing. I hope that Reggie can find some steals on day 3, but.
You know, Chandler, at least your team didn't draft a running back that plays wide receiver. So.
Yeah, I'll count my blessings, but. Yeah, I don't know what to make of it. We'll see about tomorrow. Yeah, if we can get a solid value in the 4th round, then I'd be happy. But
Yep. And you know what's scary is that McKenzie learned from Thompson. So, I mean.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Maybe they're just tanking it this year to just blow everyone away next year. Just setting expectations real low.
Well,
Stop
hey,
doing that. The whole every other year thing.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the 2013 tract apparently, where we take DJ Hayden and Menelik Watson instead of Sheldon Richardson. 2016 better be amazing, or Reggie's.
Reggie will go back to Green Bay.
If Reggie's around, depending on how the rookies do.
Yeah, if they do, I mean, yeah, if he could be out, depending on how this class goes. I'm not too impressed with it so far. I mean,
I am not either.
there was some value, but there was way better value to be had.
Oh yeah, and I mean Reggie needs production from his picks, and to a certain point, I don't know how much credit we can give him for taking Amari, which is kind of the pick that was kind of hand delivered to him. I mean, that's his guy. That's who we picked. But Amari is going to be productive, and we have no questions about that. But how productive is Mary Edwards going to be out on the edge? How productive is he going to be at the end of the season? And I assume Reggie's going to want to look smart and tell the coaches to play his guys so he can stay around. But how productive can Mary Edwards be on the edge? How many does anybody see more than 3 or 4 sacks this year, if that?
You guys want a quick quote on Ty Montgomery? Just 2?
Go for it.
All right, so Wes Scout, I guess, from Green Bay. He's a bigger Randall Cobb, can line up all over the field. Dynamic player, strong hands, versatile, a lot of return cred. He's a pretty good fit for what we tried to do.
Wow.
Hey, you misspelled Justin Hardy.
Yeah.
I wanted Justin Hardy.
So who was it that was supposedly a poor man's Peyton Manning? Was it Grayson?
Mannion.
Oh, Mannion. Yeah, Mannion.
Yeah, Mannion.
Mannion? So in the same way that Mannion is a poor man's Peyton Manning, Montgomery is a poor man's Percy Harvin.
And they're
like that level of poor man.
dirt poor.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of underwhelming, but there really aren't many teams who are overly impressed with their draft thus far.
If you skipped this draft, would you have been that disappointed?
No. I see a lot of bad scheme fits, just a lot of reaches on value, this is kind of just a weird draft, especially this today. I don't know. I don't really know. Let's go through the teams' drafts thus far. Let's see if we can pull up a team by team thing,
Okay.
Because I'd be really interested to see if there are any teams that have had no questions with their picks thus far. I mean,
Dallas.
Chaz Green.
I got Byron Jones, Randy Gregory. I have to.
Yeah, no, and that's a good start. But then, like, has any team not made one pretty questionable pick thus far?
No.
Because, I mean, last year we had, the Raiders took Khalil Mack, Derek Carr, Gabe Jackson, and everyone was kind of made it known that they're doing well. And then Texans got Jadeveon Clowney, and jury's still out on Clowney. Hopefully he comes back from his injury. Then Xavier Su'a-Filo, they got Lewis Nix, and they eventually took Tom Savage and kind of fell off a little bit. But it's so let's go through these teams as this loads. Hold up. Okay, NFL team. Here we go. All right, Cardinals. DJ Humphries, questionable. I think they're going to ask him to line up at right tackle.
Marcus Golden.
Marcus Golden was an interesting pick.
Question for sure.
David Johnson, not bad, but with all the running backs available, man. All right, Atlanta Falcons. Falcons killed it with Beasley at 8 overall. That's solid. One of the best picks of the draft, if not the best. Jalen Collins is pretty raw for the second round. I'm not sure how much I like that value. And then Tevin Coleman, I'm not a huge fan of. Ravens, Brashad Perriman, I think we can start our questions there.
Yeah, immediately. After that, it's been good, but
yeah,
it seems like they blew their first pick.
Yeah, Max Williams and Carl Davis are both great picks and good values in the second and third round. No questions about that. Perriman kind of surprises me. The Bills, you get your first pick and you take Ronald Darby.
Yeah, there's nothing to.
There's not much to say about that. I'm really not a big fan of Darby.
But he's such a great person.
Considering that, he was on the scene of the accident with Jameis and was never questioned. Thank you, Tallahassee Police Department. According to maybe got video of it. That thing's a mess. But if you're going to point to P.J. Williams and yell character concerns and not do the same for Darby, I don't know what to say to you. All right, Shaq Thompson, Devin Funchess. Not bad picks. However,
Michael Washington, the left tackle.
Yeah. You have a shot at Jake Fisher and sorry, I'm blanking on names here, but they have options on offensive line, and you take Shaq Thompson, who's a good player, and probably Thomas Davis's replacement, and then you take Devin Funchess, who does not give you a whole lot. Doesn't offer anything too different from what you already are getting from Kelvin Benjamin. All right, that was Panthers. You go to Bears. Bears took Kevin White at number 7. He's probably the best player available. I'm fine with that. Eddie Goldman, he's decent. He's kind of just a guy. I have him as like a late second-round pick. Just kind of a space eater. Then you have Hronis Grasu from Oregon with a third-round pick. I don't know about the value there. I had Grasu as a fourth-round pick, and I don't know what they exactly plan to do with him. Let's see. Hold on, I gotta get the door real quick.
Well, just in the meantime, while Tyler's away, maybe I'll take a look at Cincinnati. And, Cincinnati has made some questionable picks for sure, with Abuhi at 21. And then I'll let Chandler go from here with Cincinnati, breaking them down. But
I feel like Oguoye at number 1, you can already end it right there.
Yeah, it's a questionable draft at that point.
You had Croft in round 3.
Which I think is decent value, but I mean, Abuhi, immediately you question that draft.
Cleveland, yeah. Cleveland, Danny Shelton at 12.
Yeah, I had a second round grade on Shelton.
Rounds, I mean, yeah, I had a second round grade on Shelton. Shelton's good space here. I never thought he really earned the hype that he had as a top 10 pick. It's insane.
So yeah, I think that Cleveland's draft is questionable from that point on. I think Irving is a reach there, and although I like Orchard more than some, I think most people agree that that's a reach. Duke Johnson was a great pick, but I mean, we're on to Dallas, and I don't think we have a draft.
We talked about Dallas, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Chaz Green was questionable. Gregory and Jones, I think, were good picks. I would call Byron Jones a reach, in all honesty. I think he's a second-round prospect, but it looks like Chandler's dorm internet strikes again, huh?
You want to just rapid fire this?
Sure. Denver.
Traded up for Shane Ray.
Yeah, don't like that. Detroit took a guard in the first round. They've had a decent.
I like this. I think they had a good draft.
I think they had a pretty good draft too. I think Alex Carter was good value, and Abdul was okay. Detroit, yeah, might have the best value. Green Bay, I mean.
Moving on.
Yeah, okay. Houston actually has had a good draft, I think. Yeah.
Detroit
Indy,
and Houston so far.
Yeah. Indy, Philip Dorsett in the first round. Move on from there.
Jacksonville, TJ Yeldon. Move on.
Kansas City has had a decent draft. Mitch Morris in the second round. I don't know if I can get behind that.
I like Miami's draft.
Miami.
Devontae Parker, Jordan
Parker and Phillips. Yeah. I can get behind that for sure. Minnesota, Trey Waynes in the first round. I mean, they hit the nail on the head with Kendricks, but...
And Hunter could be special under Zimmer.
Yeah.
But Trey Waynes, he's going to get burned.
Yeah. New England. Malcolm Brown was a great pick. Richards, I feel like, could be one of those guys that New England turns into something special, like they do. But who knows? Is that Dick I see?
What's up, guys?
And Nick's back.
We're just quickly going through team by team, and because we don't really think that there's been a team with a perfect draft so far. And so far, it's held fairly true, although I believe we said we liked Detroit and... Who was the other team that we liked?
I liked Houston.
Detroit and Houston were teams that we've liked so far.
Yeah, I like Minnesota's draft. I think that was an interesting draft. Only because, like, Daniil Hunter, like, he's an interesting guy, but, like, you give him, like, let Zimmer work with him, like, man, that could really work out. Like, and he's not going to have to play right away. But yeah, I really like their draft, and only because, I mean, if you just kind of rationalize it, Kendricks was their first round pick and then Trey Waynes was their second round pick, it kind of works out a little bit better that way. But
yeah.
Quick question. Let me just throw this out there. Because we're doing day 3 tomorrow, obviously. You want to start it an hour early and go through every draft, every team's draft?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. So for everyone who's still watching this late in, thank you so much, and Seth, send us off.
Yeah, just thanks everybody for watching. Tomorrow is the last day to enter the New Era Draft Cap contest. I don't think we had anyone enter today. Take a picture of yourself watching. Take a picture, or hashtag BigBoardDraft Show, and link the show in your tweet and be following us, and you'll be entered to win a New Era Draft Cap. But yeah, tune in for tomorrow. I think we'll do rounds 4 and 5 probably, and then call it from there. But we'll definitely give you some good analysis for those 2 rounds. And thanks everybody that joined us. Tyler and Chandler, I know, have had some technical issues and they're not here, but big thanks to them and everybody who watched. So yeah, thanks guys.
And I will 2 things real quick. I mean, I'm noticing that the Gatorade bottle up in Seth's picture right there. I've been looking at that. And then lastly, I mean, day one of the podcast, I was looking it up. There was good amount of people watching. So really, everyone, thank you for the support. Looking forward to day 3.